Chapter 531. With his astonishing speed, Etienne left them in the dust, and easily left them in the dust. He advanced triumphantly and killed his way to the second floor. Just as he reached the second floor, an even more astonishing amount of experience immediately surged up, as if it was a fierce attack. Ding! Obtained 10 million experience points. After advancing a level, he suddenly obtained 10 million experience points. Moreover, the martial arts chapter was still continuously surging up, filling up the content in this area. 10 million experience points. It seems like I can continue to stack them up. Etienne's eyes lit up. If he continued like this and continued to accumulate, he would definitely obtain a lot of experience points. Just the experience he obtained from climbing was already more than 100 million points. He was still very satisfied with this. Perhaps it would be a long time before he leveled up, but it was better than nothing. After comprehending the contents of the martial arts chapter, he continued to climb up quickly, his speed not decreasing in the slightest. When they had just climbed to the second floor, Etienne was already about to climb to the third floor. Ding! Obtained 20 million experience points. His experience had doubled in an instant. He knew what was going on. The difficulty had increased by a large margin. Even his suction force had to increase by several levels before he could barely keep up. Thus, it was not surprising that he had obtained so much experience points. Looking at it this way, it was really like ascending to the heavens with each step. The benefits he obtained every time were astonishing. No wonder they were so enthusiastic about participating in the trial. Their absorption speed was comparatively slower. They had to first absorb all the spiritual energy that surged in before they could continue to rush forward. If they started to climb without absorbing all the spiritual energy, then the spiritual energy might leak out. At that time, they would have wasted it for nothing. Leaking out was a good thing. If they continued to compress it in their bodies and continued to climb up, then it was very likely that their meridians would explode or their bodies would explode. How is this brat still so fast? Even the suction force has no effect on him. They are getting more and more shocked. Etienne is like a monkey, very flexible climbing up, and he can maintain the same speed as before. How can they not be shocked? It's possible. I don't know what trick he has. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so fast. Baron's expression was ugly. The person who killed his brother was jumping in front of him. How could he feel good in his heart? If that's the case, then it's very likely that he'll be the first to reach the summit. Nangong Ming said, solemnly, "It's best if we quickly reach the top. When that time comes, it will be the time of his death." Baron's mouth cracked open, revealing his white teeth. He looked extremely malevolent, as if he wanted to tear them apart. That's right, reaching the summit will be the day of his death. Ming Chen's eyes turned cold, and he didn't want to continue the trial anymore. Instead, he wanted Etienne to reach the top as soon as possible. After reaching the top, the meaning would be completely different. Etienne didn't know what was going on and continued to climb. He maintained the same speed, climbing up layer by layer. His experience kept increasing. On the fourth floor, he had gained 30 million experience points. It was shocking. Then the fifth floor, the sixth floor, as he continued to climb like this, he soon felt that the suction force was not enough. The suction force of the stairs had already surpassed his suction force and began to suck his spiritual power inside. However, this wasn't too much of a problem for him. Under the powerful suction force, most of it was offset. A small portion of the suction force was only equivalent to 1 or 2 layers, so the speed was still not bad. The 9th level, Ding, successfully received 90 million experience points. Following him, he continued to climb the last floor. As long as he reached the last floor, he would successfully reach the top. Looking back, They had just reached the 6th floor, which was a full 3 levels away from the top. "A bunch of bastards. Your grandpa is ready to reach the top. Why are you still so slow?" Tianyun sneered at them. It was as if he had given them a slap in the face. Ming Chen and the others were furious, but they couldn't do anything about it. Ming Chen's words were like slapping himself in the face. "This bastard, when he reaches the top, we must cut him into pieces." They were angry and could only continue to climb up. But no matter how fast they accelerated, it seemed that it was impossible for them to catch up with Tianyun. They could climb to the top, but it would take a little more time. Even if they were at the Spirit King stage, they would still be under a lot of pressure. "I'm ready to reach the top. I wonder what kind of trial will be next." Tianyun's eyes flashed, but for him, it was not a problem. As long as he could get more experience points, he didn't mind going through a few more trials. He is about to reach the top. Although he hoped that Tianyun could reach the top as soon as possible, he still felt a little humiliated when he was about to rush to the top. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by an invader. Finally, in front of everyone, Tianyun successfully reached the top. Just as he stepped on the top, a pleasant voice sounded in his ears. "Ding! Successfully received 100 million experience points." The explosive experience points hit him hard, and the martial arts chapter in his mind suddenly increased from 3 pages to 5 pages. However, he could feel that the content was not complete. After all, he had just reached the first 2 levels, so he could tell that the content was not complete. But the outermost part of the book had been marked. There were a total of 3 levels in the divine art of universe. He had only obtained the first 2 levels, so there was still 1 more level to go. When he climbed to the top, he found that he was standing on the top of the heaven underworld altar. He could see the clouds, and the top of the altar was spacious. The surroundings were covered with divine runes, and when they gathered together, it would form a huge array. It looked very exquisite, and it was completely at the level of the creator of the divine runes. Even the appraisal, I couldn't analyze it, which was enough to show how difficult it was. At this time, a divine light fell from the sky and fell on his body, and the entire altar shook. The people who were climbing below were suddenly teleported to the top. They didn't need to climb anymore, and they had already successfully reached the top. The key point was that they were all confused, and they had no idea what was going on. They knew that once they climbed up, it would be the end, but they had never been teleported to the top before. Because of the shaking, many cultivators ran out of the heaven underworld altar, and when they saw that they were all at the top, they all flew up. But they could only fly on the side, and they couldn't get close. Chapter 5:32. The number of people didn't change, and the situation didn't seem to have changed either. Many cultivators were happy to see them. It seemed that Tianyun was going to die. As long as he successfully reached the top, he would be able to get rid of his invincible state and return to the most ordinary state. Is that the invader? There is only one invader. Is this guy a fool? A Spirit King stage cultivator flew up and looked at Tianyun with a mocking look. They were all cultivators who came here from the imperial capital to prepare for the trial, but who knew that they would encounter such a situation. It was really a pity that they couldn't even make it in time. The key was that there were many cultivators with amazing potential. Under normal circumstances, the 30 spots were reserved for the cultivators with the highest potential, not the Spirit King stage cultivators. Void Spirit stage cultivators, and above could get very few benefits, so they paid more attention to the cultivation of core transformation stage cultivators. Some Spirit King stage cultivators came here whenever they wanted, but most of them just brought their disciples to the trial. Ming Chen and the others were here to bring their disciples to participate in the trial, but they didn't expect that such a problem would occur. All of them looked at Tianyun, thinking that he will definitely die. Although this matter is very big, at least they managed to catch an intruder and interrogate him about the dark path. The overall result is still acceptable. What they were afraid of the most was that the invader would run away without knowing anything. The anger of the Holy Lord was not something they could bear. After all, this was not a matter of loss, but a matter of face. Such a huge divine kingdom was visited by the invaders just like that, and nothing happened to it at all. How could they still maintain their dignity? The cultivators who were watching from the outside thought that the result was within their control, but Ming Chun and the others were confused. Under normal circumstances, when Tianyun came up, the invincible barrier would completely disappear. There was no such thing as first or last here. Without the barrier, Tianyun could attack him at will. But now, after he climbed up, he was able to teleport all of them up. The most important thing was that the invincible barrier did not disappear, and the invincible barrier was still around them. This situation surprised them greatly, as they had never seen such a situation before. The inheritance conditions have been met, and you will officially enter the third trial. The inheritor must force all the opponents out of the heaven altar to win. As soon as he said that, a ray of light enveloped Tianyun, making him look extremely dazzling. The others were dim and dull, but there was still a layer of protection around him. Inheritor! Tianyun was stunned. He had become an inheritor just like that. He was stunned. The others were even more dumbstruck. How could an inheritor appear? All this while, there had never been any inheritors, except for Tianyun. What's going on? Where did an inheritor come from? He became an inheritor? How is that possible? Their faces were gloomy as they climbed up one by one. How did Tianyun become an inheritor? Could it be that one could become an inheritor just by reaching the top? They felt that this was even more impossible. It wasn't like they hadn't reached the top before. How did things turn out like this? It didn't matter who the inheritor was. Then another low voice sounded. The opponent will be decided by the inheritor. It will be a one-on-one duel until everyone is expelled from the heaven altar, except for those who surrender voluntarily. This choice is given to Tianyun. He is free to choose his opponent, but he must expel everyone from the trial to complete the third trial. This was undoubtedly equivalent to 1 against 30 people. Wasn't the difficulty a little too high? Ming Chun and the other Spirit King Stage cultivators were the strongest among them. This meant that Tianyun had to deal with 4 Spirit King Stage experts, which meant that it was not easy for him to deal with them. Since you have become an inheritor, then you can choose to deal with me. Baron stood up and looked at Tianyun coldly. Yes, inheritor, come and deal with me. If you don't kick us out, you won't be able to pass the trial. Ming Chun and the other Spirit King Stage cultivators were jealous of Tianyun. Although they didn't know how Tianyun did it, they knew that as long as Tianyun didn't kick them out, they wouldn't be able to become an inheritor. This made them ridicule Tianyun for being able to become an inheritor only after dealing with them. This was going to be fun. How could they deal with so many Spirit King Stage cultivators? Don't worry, I will deal with them one by one. I will start with you. Tianyun pointed his finger at one of the core transformation stage cultivators. Immediately, a divine light shone on the core transformation stage cultivator's body, and the invincible barrier on the core transformation stage cultivator's body disappeared. At the same time, the invincible barrier on Tianyun's body also disappeared. In the next moment, Tianyun's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the core transformation stage cultivator and kicked him. Boom! The core transformation stage, Powerhouse, didn't even have time to react before he was kicked out of the heavenly altar and fell straight down from the sky. However, Itianyun didn't need to worry about the pain of falling down because the system's notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Successfully killed core transformation stage cultivator. Reward 470. 000 EXP for 1,700 crazy point, 200 SBS. Obtained martial art. The system's notification meant that the core transformation stage cultivator was already dead, and Itianyun wouldn't show any mercy. As long as it was someone from the heavenly netherworld divine nation, Itianyun wouldn't show any mercy. Itianyun didn't even need to fall from the sky to kill the core transformation stage cultivator. Successfully drove away a trial taker. Please select another trial taker. The system's low voice sounded from the sky again. In the blink of an eye, a core transformation stage cultivator was killed, and the surrounding people were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what happened, and they were already sent flying out of the heaven altar. Obviously, the cultivation of this core transformation stage cultivator wasn't that simple. All of you, get out of here. Ming Chen roared and signaled them to run away quickly. Those who had come here to participate in the trial were all very talented, and some of them were his disciples. How could he not let them go first? I choose you. Itianyun pointed at one of the core transformation stage cultivators, and the core transformation stage cultivator's energy shield disappeared, and Itianyun immediately chased after him. Master, save me! The core transformation stage cultivator screamed, as if his soul was about to leave his body. He immediately ran away, but his speed was no match for Itianyun's. Kid, stop it! Ming Chun was furious, and he immediately attacked Itianyun with his netherworld divine palm. The familiar martial art appeared in front of him again, proving that he was the one who controlled the netherworld emperor. Bang! Ming Chen's attack didn't explode, but it was crushed by the energy shield that wrapped around his body, and then a terrifying force raged inside his energy shield. Chapter 533. Ming Chen was anxious and quickly attacked with his palm, but in the end, he injured himself severely, especially when his palm exploded at such a close distance. The explosion nearly caused him to vomit blood. To be injured by his own attack, this was truly vexing. Itianyun ignored him, and in a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ming Chen's disciple and kicked him away. Ah! The core transformation stage. Cultivator screamed in pain and fell straight to the ground without making any sound. The surrounding cultivators quickly rushed over. This was Ming Chen's beloved disciple, so they had to save him. However, when they caught him, they found that Ming Chen's beloved disciple was already dead. His 7 apertures were bleeding, and he couldn't be more dead. How could Itianyun let Ming Chen's disciple live? Ming Chen deserved to die 10,000 times for what he had done. Then his disciple would definitely not be any better. They were all the same, birds of a feather flock together. No, Ming Chen shouted, but it was too late. His disciple was already dead. He looked at Itianyun coldly and said, I want you to die. You. Itianyun ignored Ming Chen and continued to point at another cultivator who was about to run to the edge and jump down. Itianyun quickly rushed over and kicked the cultivator, who was the focus of the heavenly netherworld divine nation's cultivation. Core transformation stage cultivators, like them, were all geniuses, and they were very likely to become spirit king stage cultivators in the future, or even void spirit stage cultivators. Now, one by one, they were killed by Itianyun. Their speed was much slower than Itianyun. In the blink of an eye, Itianyun caught up with them, and they couldn't escape. Itianyun kicked them one by one, and none of them survived. More than 20 core transformation stage cultivators were easily kicked away by Itianyun. Those who didn't escape immediately were all void spirit stage cultivators. They looked at Etianyan coldly and didn't intend to escape immediately. For them, they were confident that they could deal with Etianyan. Bastard, pick me to fight with you, if you have the guts. Ming Chen roared. His disciple's death made him very distressed. He had spent a lot of resources to train his disciple, but now he was killed so easily. His heart must be bleeding. Don't worry, I'll take care of them one by one. Aren't you guys going to run? Tianyan looked at the void spirit stage experts, who were looking at him coldly, filled with killing intent. All of them had invincible barriers on their bodies, but in the end, they were only protecting themselves. He already knew this, so he ignored Ming Chen's attack. Who would have thought that Ming Chen would lose his mind and crazily attack them? Who would have thought that his attack would be blocked by the protective shield? His companion Nangong Ming wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Run! One of the void spirit stage experts took out a middle-grade Saint Tool giant axe and said coldly, "Why are we running away? Do you have the guts to fight me? All right, it's you then." Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and his figure flickered. In the next moment, a shadow flashed in front of him and punched him fiercely. Bang! The void spirit stage expert was knocked to the ground by Yi Tianyun's punch. All of his teeth were broken, and even his face was crooked. Then, Yi Tianyun's heavy foot stepped on his chest, making him unable to get up. "Aren't you very arrogant? Why don't you get up and fight with me?" Yi Tianyun looked at him coldly and stepped on the void spirit stage expert's chest. In a split second, a void spirit stage cultivator was defeated, causing everyone to suck in a mouthful of cold air. They all thought that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was at the void spirit stage, so it was not difficult for him to kill a core transformation stage expert. But now, they were wrong. Even a void spirit stage expert was knocked down by Yi Tianyun's punch. Obviously, Yi Tianyan was merciful. Otherwise, the opponent would have been beaten to death. You? The void spirit stage expert was also shocked. He didn't see Yi Tianyun's punch clearly. He was knocked down by Yi Tianyun's punch. Even now, he didn't know what happened. He was still in a trance. Yi Tianyun's punch almost blew his head off. How could his condition be any better? "Okay, you can get out of here." Yi Tianyun kicked the cultivator away. The force of the kick was quite amazing. Like a rubber ball, the cultivator was kicked away fiercely. Again, there was no exception. When the void spirit stage expert's companions caught him, they found out that he was already dead. Even with the help of elixir, there was no way to save him. Ding! Successfully killed void spirit expert. Reward: 18,000. 000 EXP, 13,000. 000 CPS, 600 SPs. Reward: God Pushing Palm, Fire Lightning Palm. Reward: Recovery Pill, 5 times EXP card, Fish Scale Divine Armor, Mid-Grade Sacred Tool, Fish Scale Boots, Mid-Grade Sacred Tool. A lot of things dropped, whether it was EXP or Crazy Point. There was a qualitative leap. This is the reward of killing a void spirit stage expert. It's much better than killing a core transformation stage expert. Everyone was terrified. They didn't expect a void spirit stage expert to be killed in a second. Retreat! Baron and the others shouted, signaling the void spirit stage experts to retreat. Originally, they thought that a void spirit stage expert could suppress Yi Tianyun, but now it seems that they were too naive. More importantly, they wanted to earn some merit, so they didn't want to leave. But now, they are being chased by the void spirit stage experts. Since this is a trial, just stay here and finish it. What's the hurry to leave? Since you're here, don't leave. Yi Tianyun's mouth curved into an evil smile. He disappeared in place. The next moment, he pounced on a void spirit stage expert. holding a holy sword in his hand. It's the Netherworld Divine Sword. Tianyun slashed the escaping Void Spirit Stage expert. The Void Spirit Stage expert quickly pulled out his weapon to block, but it was useless. Under the attack of Tianyun's sword, the void was quickly split in half. A deep crack appeared on the entire space. Even the Void Spirit Stage expert was easily cut in half. Not only the Void Spirit Stage expert in front of him was cut in half, but the other Void Spirit Stage experts were also affected by the terrifying attack. Those who were a little further away were still able to resist the attack, but those who were closer were directly cut in half, leaving only a smear of blood behind. Ding! Successfully killed Void Spirit Stage expert. Reward: 16 million EXP. Ding! Successfully killed Void Spirit Stage expert. Reward: 16 million EXP. Chapter 5:34. Suddenly, for Tianyun appeared and rushed towards the rest of the Void Spirit Stage experts, scaring them out of their wits. Originally, one of them was scary enough, but now there were 4 of them. How could they not be scared out of their wits? They immediately ran away, but how could they be faster than Tianyun? Now, his cultivation had broken through to the 8th layer Void Spirit Stage. As long as the opponent's cultivation was within the Void Spirit Stage, he would be able to suppress them with his absolute strength. Especially with the Netherworld Divine Sword in his hand, the domineering power he exuded was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they were easily killed by Tianyun. All of them died in Tianyun's hands, and a large wave of EXP flowed into Tianyun's body. The corpses fell from the sky one after another, leaving behind the bloodstains that dyed the area red. It was a shocking scene. So many Void Spirit Stage experts were killed as easily as chickens being slaughtered. It was extremely easy for him. God, is he still human? Didn't they say he was weak? How can he be so strong? For invaders, which one is the real one? I heard that only 2 avatars can be summoned at most, but he can summon 4 avatars? What the hell? This is too scary. Who is this invader? Many cultivators who were watching the battle were dumbfounded, and their hearts were trembling. Fortunately, they were not on top of the sky. Otherwise, they would have ended up in the same situation. Killing them was not difficult at all. It was like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Ming Chen and the others' faces were gloomy as they watched their subordinates being killed by Tianyun. In the end, they failed to escape and were easily killed by Tianyun. Everything was so clean and neat, and the domineering power made them evaluate Tianyun's strength. Obviously, they had underestimated Tianyun's strength. It was very likely that he had already reached the Spirit King stage. It's done. Now there are only 4 of you left. Tianyun clapped his hands and looked at the remaining 4 Spirit King stage experts. From the lowest cultivation to the highest, it would start from Niu Tunshan, followed by Nangongming, then Ba Long, and finally Ming Chun. It wouldn't be easy to deal with 4 Spirit King stage cultivators. Fortunately, the rules here were beneficial to him. If he was besieged by 4 Spirit King stage cultivators, it would be hard for him to survive. Yes, only the 4 of us are left. If you don't chase us out, you won't be able to pass the trial. Ming Chen clenched his fists. He had already finished healing, and his condition was not very serious. Coupled with the good pills he had taken, he would recover very quickly. Each of them glared at Tianyun. There was no fear in their hearts, only endless anger. Don't worry, one by one. There's no rush. Tianyun pointed at Niu Tunshan and said, "Then you go first." With a tap of his finger, the invincible light on Niu Tunshan's body disappeared. It had just been released. Niu Tunshan raised his head to the sky and roared. The sound of a cow echoed through the clouds. Following that, his body started to grow bigger and bigger. He looked like a giant cow. In a blink of an eye, he became several times bigger than before. His cultivation of third-layer spirit king stage was released, and the sky was instantly covered with thick black clouds, blocking the sunlight. Thunder and lightning intersected in the black clouds, continuously falling from above and striking his body. However, it didn't hurt him at all. Instead, it lit up the thunder energy in his body. The giant axe in his hand was lit up, and the dense thunder and lightning divine runes on it were stimulated. I will avenge men who... Nyo Tunshin looked at Eteonyon coldly. Old bull, don't kill him. Baron's eyes were cold. They didn't want Nyo Tunshin to kill Eteonyon so quickly. There were still a lot of things that they wanted to know. The key was that it would be too boring to kill Eteonyon so easily. Of course, I don't want to kill him so quickly. Nyo Tunshin's two huge bull eyes burst out with killing intent. In an instant, he gripped the giant axe tightly and chopped down heavily. Accompanied by a loud bang, the sound of thunder illuminated the entire land. Thunder explosion. He aimed his axe at Eteonyon and fiercely chopped down. Even though there was a long distance between them, he still chopped down with all his might. Boom! The giant axe heavily chopped down on the hard ground. As soon as it hit the ground, a violent axe light turned into a huge thunder light and instantly condensed into a huge bull that rushed towards Eteonyon. This overbearing attack instantly reached 510 million combat power. Not bad, but still a little bit lacking. Eteonyon didn't even try to dodge the attack. Instead, he used his crazy mode and slashed horizontally with his sword. His sword contained the netherworld fire and swept forward. The blue sword light was like a blooming flower, blooming in all directions. Bang! In an instant, the surging thunder light was cut in half by his blue sword light. The overbearing sword light continued to move forward. Such an overbearing attack was easily cut in half by Eteonyon, turning into countless light spots and dissipating. Nyo Tunshin's face changed, but the next moment he opened his mouth and a terrifying suction came from his mouth and swallowed the attack. However, after swallowing it, he was shocked and took a few steps back. His face changed slightly. It really can swallow anything. This martial art is not bad. Eteonyon's eyes lit up. His attack just now wasn't powerful enough. At most, he could display 560 million combat power, but he didn't use it at full power. Therefore, the rest of the attack was swallowed by Nyo Tunshin. However, it was not easy to absorb it. This attack contained the netherworld fire, and it would take some time to absorb it easily. Netherworld fire. How do you know the netherworld fire? At this time, Ming Chun and the others were shocked. When they saw that Eteonyon had the netherworld fire, they were all stunned. Not to mention them, many of the surrounding cultivators were also shocked. Wasn't the netherworld fire something that only the heavenly netherworld divine nation could use? It should be said that most of the people who could use the netherworld fire had a high status, and they were all from the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Of course, there were also people who could use the netherworld fire, but they were not from the heavenly netherworld divine nation. The netherworld fire was not originally created by the heavenly netherworld divine nation. It was a fire of heaven and earth. As long as one could control it, one could absorb it. What's the problem? The netherworld fire was not created by the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Why are you so surprised? Eteonyon smiled faintly and said, "Of course, if you think that I am from the heavenly netherworld divine nation, I have no opinion." Chapter 5:35. No problem. Even if you have the netherworld flame, I will still swallow you. After Nyo Tunshin adjusted his body's condition, he roared and rushed to Eteonyon's side. He opened his mouth and tried to swallow Eteonyon's body. A terrifying suction force was released from his mouth again. He wanted to suck Etianyan in. Moreover, he did not need to suck him in. Instead, the spiritual power in Etianyan's body began to be pulled out crazily. If it could only be effective by swallowing a person, then this martial art was really crippled. Niu Tunshan's martial art was called devouring heaven and earth. It meant that he could devour anything in the world. Just by using it, he could devour the surrounding spiritual power, including the spiritual power in the cultivator's body. If the opponent was not sucked in, then the spiritual power in the body would be stripped out first and then absorbed into the body. "Old ox, suck him dry," Baron coldly said. "Suck all the spiritual power in his body dry. Make sure he can't even move." Yes, old Niu's devouring power can even swallow a mountain. Let's see how this kid can deal with it. No matter what kind of attack it is, he can absorb it all. Ming Chen nodded. Although he could not personally deal with Etianyan, he could still torture him later. Everyone saw Niu Tunshan's strongest technique and nodded repeatedly. This time, the intruder will die without a doubt. Under the terrifying suction force, the surrounding spiritual power was quickly sucked in. Some gravel, and even the clouds in the sky were instantly sucked in and swallowed into his stomach. This time, the devouring effect was much stronger than the previous attack. The previous attack was obviously a temporary one, so the effect was slightly weaker. When he used his full strength, the power suddenly increased by a lot. There was no blind spot. Unless one jumped out of the heavenly altar, they would be affected by the suction force. This was like a huge whirlpool. Etianyan was near the whirlpool. Unless he left the sea, he would be sucked in. Boom. At this time, Etianyan suddenly swung his sword. His fighting power did not change much, and it was still a very domineering sword. It turned into an extreme netherworld sword aura that pierced through and stabbed towards Niu Tunshan. However, just as it neared the Sky Devourer, a terrifying suction force fiercely sucked the attack into its mouth. However, it did not absorb it. Instead, its huge body instantly released a burst of power, gushing out from its back. This power was actually the attack that Etianyan had released. However, he did not release all of it, leaving a small portion within his body. As for whether it was absorbed or stored inside and unable to be released, it was not clear. This attack is comparable to the absorbing star's great technique. Etianyan squinted and watched. It was a very pure art of dissipation that quickly dissolved the attacks. However, Niu Tunshan was able to directly expel it. It was as if the attack had passed right through him, and the damage dealt to him was negligible. Haha, what an idiot! Attack to your heart's content. There is no effect at all. As long as this old bull completely releases the devouring heaven and earth, as long as it is not an extremely powerful existence, it will be powerless. Baron and the others finally felt a little better. At least there was a little hope. The morale of the surrounding people also rose slightly. They felt that Niu Tunshan could deal with Etianyan. Although the attack was ineffective, Etianyan was also not sucked in, and the spiritual power in his body was not stripped away. So, overall, he was fine. He originally wanted to use an even more domineering attack, but after thinking about it, he gave up because he had a better plan. "You want to compete with me in terms of suction?" Etianyan smiled knowingly. This was practically playing a monkey in front of him. Niu Tunshan's martial arts were very good, but his cultivation was there, and there would always be a limit to how much he could absorb. Once Etianyan exploded beyond this limit, he would not be able to absorb it. He did not intend to do so, because if it was a competition of suction, he would definitely not admit defeat. The next moment, Etianyan stretched out his hand, and in an instant, the power of the devouring divine art was released to the maximum, and an even more terrifying suction burst out. Nyo Tunshin's suction was immediately overtaken, and he was slowly pulled over. What is going on? Nyo Tunshin felt himself being pulled over bit by bit, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Not only did he not suck Tianyan over, but he himself was forcibly pulled over. The surrounding people's eyes widened, and they felt that something was wrong with Nyo Tunshin. Why was he moving forward bit by bit, as if he was being pulled over? Come here. Tianyan stretched out his hand, and the suction increased again. With a whoosh, Nyo Tunshin could no longer hold on, and he was sucked over. As soon as he was sucked over, Tianyan quickly stepped forward, and the suction continued to be released without stopping. Nyo Tunshin felt that something was wrong, and he quickly stopped using his martial arts. Instead, he used his big axe to hack down. Lightning flashed, and the sky released another bolt of divine lightning, wanting to strike him. "Break for me!" Nyo Tunshin roared. The lightning came down in a frenzy, and when it got close to Tianyan, it was quickly absorbed into his body, turning into a sea of experience that rose rapidly. Then the attack was completely absorbed, and before it could even touch Tianyan, it had already disappeared in front of him, leaving nothing behind. In reality, Tianyan did not completely absorb it into his body. Instead, he used the absorbing star great technique to dissolve the power. He had only absorbed a small part of it, and much of it had been dissolved. What's going on? He can also devour heaven and earth. When they saw this, they were all stunned. No one had thought that Tianyan could also use this move, absorbing the attack, leaving nothing behind. The key thing was that Nyo Tunshin had used his mouth to swallow, while Tianyan had used his hand to absorb the attack. There was no need to say which of the two was safer. "Get down here." Tianyan reached out his hand and pulled back, and a huge suction force pulled Nyo Tunshin down fiercely. But Nyo Tunshin was not one to be trifled with. He pushed his huge body back, trying to use his strength to break free of the suction force. However, Tianyan was already in front of Nyo Tunshin in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Nyo Tunshin's wrist, and a terrifying suction force began to extract the spiritual power from Nyo Tunshin's body. "Get out of my way!" Nyo Tunshin roared, and he swung his arm, trying to shake Tianyan off. But Tianyan's small hand pressed down, and Nyo Tunshin was pressed to the ground. There was a boom, and Nyo Tunshin was half kneeling on the ground. This scene stunned many people. Nyo Tunshin had the blood of the wild ox, so he was very strong. Who would have thought that he would be forced to kneel on the ground? Chapter 5:36. Nyo Tunshin felt a terrifying power crushing down on his shoulders. He couldn't even lift them up. It was as if there were several mountains on his shoulders. He couldn't move at all. "Kneel before me." Tianyun's palm slammed down again, and Nyo Tunshin, who was kneeling on the ground, was forced to kneel down, and his whole body was on the ground, trying to support himself. While Nyo Tunshin was supporting himself, Tianyan continued to absorb the spiritual energy in his body. Right now, there was a strange sight to behold. Even though this petite human was not small in stature compared to Nyo Tunshin, he was way too small. It was like comparing an adult to a child. However, such a small body was able to suppress Nyo Tunshin, making him unable to move at all. Tianyun's cultivation has been greatly enhanced, and he has activated crazy mode. So Nyo Tunshin was crushed in an instant. Tianyun wouldn't have been able to do this if his cultivation was lower, but now he could do it. This was one of the benefits of increasing his cultivation. With the help of Crazy Mode's explosive effect, Tianyun would be able to kill Spirit King Stage cultivators, even if he was a level higher than himself. Because of this, Tianyun was not in a hurry to kill them, so he could absorb their spiritual energy first. Tianyun wanted to kill them, but he needed to increase his cultivation level. Tianyan wanted to increase his cultivation level. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with Ming Chun and the others. However, in the eyes of others, Tianyan wanted to humiliate Niu Tunchen and force him to submit to Tianyan. "Get out of my way," Niu Tunchen shouted as he tried to break free from Tianyan's grasp. Tianyan was suppressing Niu Tunchen, and he was constantly being sucked out of his body. "What? You don't want to submit?" Tianyan increased the strength of his hand, and Niu Tunchen was directly pressed to the ground, and he couldn't even stand up. If the ground was not too hard, Niu Tunchen would have already been pressed to the ground. "Aren't you very strong just now? Didn't you want to eat me? Come on." Tianyan sneered. "You know what your brother Menhu did? He did such a bad thing, so he deserved to die." Tianyan thought about the bloody scene and felt disgusted. However, there were many people like Niu Tunchen, and all of them were ruthless people. "You are all a bunch of trash, so what if you die? It's the law of the jungle." Bang! Tianyan slammed his foot on Niu Tunchen's body, breaking many of his bones, and seriously injuring Niu Tunchen, making him vomit blood. The huge body quickly shrank back to its original size, and the aura from before immediately disappeared. Being suppressed to this extent, what kind of aura could it have? It couldn't display any power. "It's the law of the jungle, so I'm going to crush you bit by bit," Tianyan said coldly. "Bastard." Tianyan's of Niu Tunchen's of the jungle is of the jungle, Niu Tunchen's bodies, and Niu Tunchen. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Niu Tunchen was completely suppressed, both in terms of power and gravitational force. "I will kill you," Tianyan furiously said. "If you have the ability, let him go down. I will deal with you." Tianyan's group is furious. They want to fight one-on-one with Tianyan. "Don't worry. I will entertain you one by one. There is no need to be so anxious." Tianyan coldly smiled. "He will not let any of them go. Let go of your foot and get down from here. If you have the ability to bully the weak, then come at me." "That's right. Hurry up and get off the stage. Let's move on to the next round. We'll satisfy you." Tianyan's group began to curse. They even said the words "bully the weak." It is ridiculous. Tianyan is now madly absorbing Niu Tunchen's spiritual energy. No matter what people say, he does not care. He continued to devour Niu Tunchen's spirit energy, draining it bit by bit. Finally, Niu Tunchen's spiritual energy is completely drained. Tianyan gained a lot of experience. He is very satisfied. "It's about time." Tianyan lifted his foot, but Niu Tunchen is lying on the ground, unable to move at all. His spiritual energy is completely drained, plus he is seriously injured. He can't even stand up. In the next moment, he kicked Niu Tunchen, sending him flying with a loud thud. "Quick, save him," Tianyan shouted. At this time, Tianyan quickly pulled out his sword and slashed at Niu Tunchen's body. Niu Tunchen is unable to block the attack. He can only look at the incoming sword chi. Puchi! The sword chi immediately cut Niu Tunchen in two, and he finally fell down from the heaven altar. Even if someone came to rescue him, they would only save a corpse. Ding! Successfully killed Niu Tunchen. Reward 120. 000 EXP 8 000 CPS 1 600 SBS. Obtain martial arts, devouring heaven and earth, tyrant thunder slash, raging bull rush. Obtained items: thunder axe, high-grade sacred tool; thunder armor, high-grade sacred tool; thunder boots, high-grade sacred tool; raging bull horn, high-grade sacred tool material, rare; raging bull bloodline, 4th grade bloodline, rare. After successfully killing Niu Tunchen, a lot of items dropped. This is a matter of course. But it is a pity that killing Niu Tunchen is not that easy. But after killing Neo Tunshin, the total amount of experience is almost 200 million, which is very satisfying. As he continued to absorb, he gained quite a bit of experience. Old Bull. They roared. It seems that there is no way to save Neo Tunshin, but there is nothing they can do. What's wrong? You are angry too? I thought you are all cold-blooded. Tianyun said indifferently. You killed Old Bull. Choose me if you have the ability. Tianyun said. His whole body is covered with thick dragon armor. He is so angry that he burst out with all his strength, wanting to cut Tianyun into pieces. Don't worry. It will be your turn soon. I will choose you first. Tianyun pointed at Nangong Ming. Nangong Ming's cultivation is stronger than Neo Tunshin's, as he is at 4th layer Spirit King stage. It is undoubtedly the best choice for Tianyun to choose from Neo Tunshin's side. Choose me? Do you think I am easy to deal with? Nangong Ming's voice sounded. His eyes flashed with blue light, and no one knows what kind of ability he has, except for Tianyun. He had been thoroughly probed, and all his martial arts had been exposed. His weakness was simple and crude, unyielding fire. Chapter 537. Nangong Ming stood up and released a mysterious aura from his body. Only a few people knew Nangong Ming's true level. Even his attacks were very few. The surrounding people felt that Nangong Ming could deal with Tianyun, especially since he was so mysterious. No one knew what his absolute art was, including what kind of power he had. Yes, I just think that you are easy to deal with. Tianyun responded rudely. Nangong Ming's cold eyes flashed with a flame, and it was a real flame, netherworld flame. He could also use the netherworld flame, and it was not a weak netherworld flame. He was very close to Ming Chen, so it was not surprising that he could use netherworld flame, but to what extent he could use it, it was another matter. Other people did not know about his situation, but Tianyun was very clear about it. In fact, Nangong Ming was similar to Ming Chen. There was not much difference in the absolute arts he knew. They were all types of netherworld divine palm. These were extremely strong absolute arts, and they were also absolute arts that could display his own power, so it was not surprising that he could practice them. Some people always think that I am very low-key, but it does not mean that I am weak. Boy, it is your honor to choose me, but it is also your fear. Nangong Ming's voice was still very unpleasant, and it sounded even more ear-piercing, but no one dared to laugh at him. No matter what flaws a powerhouse had, whether it was appearance, voice, or physical defects, no one would laugh at them. Their own strength was their biggest highlight. Even if they had lost their legs, as long as their strength was there, no one would dare to laugh at them. They would only respect them. Bear. Netherworld flame emerged from his palm. It was a middle-grade earth-rank flame. It was a level lower than Tianyun's. Originally, this thing was very difficult to improve, but Tianyun could absorb the heavenly Yin flame to strengthen himself, so he was a level higher than them. I want to see whether your netherworld flame is stronger or my netherworld flame is stronger. Nangong Ming's eyes turned cold. The next moment, a huge phantom was released from his back. It was not a netherworld dragon, but a netherworld flower. It bloomed layer by layer behind him. With each layer that was released, the flames grew in intensity. When all of them were released, his entire body was enveloped in flames. It was as if the god of fire had descended. If there was anything around him, it would be ignited in an instant. Nangong Ming was cautious when facing his enemy. He used his strongest power right from the start, using the power of the phantom. His battle power skyrocketed, reaching 650 million in an instant, crushing Neo Tunshin. This was a matter of course. His cultivation was already higher than Neo Tunshin's, and he also had the flames of the netherworld. With that, his battle prowess would not be weak. Won't you know once you try? When Tianyun saw these flames, he felt that a feast had arrived. He could properly absorb these flames and increase his proficiency. I advise you not to move recklessly. Otherwise, I won't be able to control my strength and you'll be reduced to ashes. I don't want to see that happen. Nangong Ming walked towards Tianyun step by step. Every step he took left a fiery footprint on the ground, like a flower blooming on the ground. It was just that the ground was too hard. Otherwise, there would have been a big hole in it. Don't worry, I won't move recklessly. Tianyun smiled faintly. I'll stay in this area and wait for you to come. He also drew a circle on the side, indicating that he would not walk out of this circle. Very good, very good. Minghua possession. In the next moment, Nangong Ming burst out again. The Minghua behind him instantly entered his body, and the flames instantly bloomed to the extreme. Then he stepped on the ground and grabbed towards Tianyun. The flames in his hand condensed into countless petals of the Minghua, falling from the sky, sealing off all the escape routes for Tianyun. Although Tianyun said that he would not leave this small circle, no one would believe the words of their enemy. It's Minghua. I've seen Lord Nangong Ming's unique skill before. As long as you touch it a little, all the petals will gather and instantly ignite him. It's too scary. There's nowhere to hide. Once you touch it, you'll definitely die. No wonder Lord Nangong Ming told us not to move recklessly, or we'll be burnt to ashes. Looks like Lord Nangong Ming will definitely win this time. When they saw this scene, they were all extremely excited. Nangong Ming was much stronger than Niu Tunshan, and just based on his skills alone, he was already stronger. The moment he attacked, he released the Minghua, sealing off all the escape routes. Next, Nangong Ming waved his hand, and the flames in his hand turned into a vine whip curling towards Tianyun at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had wrapped around Tianyun's body, one round after another. It did not even use any destructive power, and he was easily trapped. Very good, come over here. Nangong Ming's eyes lit up, and he suddenly dragged Tianyun towards him, but Tianyun just stood there, not moving at all. Why did you not eat? Continue dragging. Tianyun crossed his arms, looking at Nangong Ming calmly. Nangong Ming's face darkened. He had already used all his strength, but he still could not move. After Tianyun used the dragon god bloodline, after its grade increased, his strength was extremely tyrannical. Who could compete with him in strength? He could easily crush them without any effort. Since you don't have any strength, let me help you. Tianyun grabbed the whip formed by the netherworld flame and pulled it towards him. Nangong Ming could not resist at all and was immediately pulled over. Nangong Ming's face changed, and he quickly broke the flame, forming a seal with both hands, and his eyes flashed with cold fire. Die! In an instant, the surrounding petals surrounded Tianyun crazily. Before they were about to collide, they had already turned into balls of flames, and in an instant, Tianyun was enveloped inside, and his figure could not be seen. Don't kill him! Baron hurriedly shouted. They did not want Tianyun to die. That would be letting him off too easily. The most important thing was that they did not manage to force out a lot of things. Don't worry. At most he will be heavily injured. He will not die. Before Nangong Ming finished speaking, a whip suddenly lashed out from inside and quickly tied him up. Without waiting for him to react, he was pulled into the bonfire and burned together with him. This sudden change caused many people's hearts to tremble. What is going on? In the next moment, a whirlpool appeared in the netherworld flame that was enveloping Tianyun. The netherworld flame was constantly being absorbed, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of it was gone. At this time, two figures appeared in front of them. Tianyun was not injured at all, and the flames were still being absorbed into his body. He was completely fine. On the other hand, Nan Gongming was ruthlessly stepped on, and he could not move at all. Chapter 5:38. In the blink of an eye, Nan Gongming was completely suppressed. He couldn't move and couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried. He could only be stepped on by Yi Tianyun. "Get out of my way!" Nan Gongming roared. His voice suddenly became normal. Raging fire came out of his body and swept towards Yi Tianyun. But it's meaningless. It's quickly absorbed by Yi Tianyun's body, leaving nothing behind. The netherworld fire was useless to him. It would only turn into a large amount of EXP and flow into his body. He was waiting for this opportunity. He could absorb the netherworld fire and Nan Gongming's spiritual power at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. However, the netherworld flame's proficiency was too low. It was basically in the hundreds. If the grade was too low, it wouldn't give much. What's wrong? Can't get up? Yi Tianyun's foot was still firmly on Nan Gongming's body. Nan Gongming couldn't move at all. He looked at him coldly. This humiliation was just to repay the debt. When they plunged heavenly border continent into darkness, they never thought about it. "Get out of my way!" Nan Gongming continued to roar. But it was useless. Yi Tianyun's foot fiercely stepped on his body. Cracking sounds came from his body. Who knows how many bones in his body were broken? The group of people didn't know what to say. They probably couldn't say anything at all. They were all shocked, speechless by this situation. Nyo Tunshin was suppressed. Even Nan Gongming was suppressed. He couldn't move at all. All of the netherworld flames were swallowed, leaving nothing behind. Other than letting out a roar, there was nothing else he could do to resist. "Damn it! Get out of my way!" Ming Chen roared. "If you have the ability, fight me face to face." "I'm not fighting you face to face." Yi Tianyun looked at Ming Chen and shrugged. "Tell me, what do you mean by fighting me face to face? Let go of your foot. Let him adjust his aura. He will fight you again." Ming Chen said, "That doesn't make sense." "Fine, I'll give him another chance." Yi Tianyun smiled. A look of ridicule flashed across Ming Chen's eyes. Only a fool or an idiot would listen to the advice of an enemy. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun to really agree. He could only say that he was too young and didn't know the rules of the underworld. Nan Gongming's eyes lit up, but he didn't say anything. He was waiting for Yi Tianyun to move aside so that he could launch a sneak attack. What was the morality of the pugilistic world? What was the rules? In their eyes, the winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. When Yi Tianyun lifted his leg, he suddenly stepped on Nan Gongming's waist. Crack! All the bones in Nan Gongming's waist were crushed. The terrifying force even extended to his legs, causing blood to spurt out and splatter everywhere. "Ah!" Nan Gongming screamed. The sudden change stunned many people. Didn't they say they would give him a second chance? Then he stomped on Nan Gongming's shoulder and crushed his bones. Most of the bones in Nan Gongming's body were shattered. There wasn't a single bone that wasn't damaged. All of them were crushed into pieces. "All right, now you can get up and prepare to challenge me again." Yi Tianyun gestured for Nan Gongming to stand up. However, Nan Gongming couldn't even crawl, let alone stand up. "Ah, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." Nan Gongming screamed in pain, but he couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried. So, what if his cultivation was strong? His limbs were broken. How could he get up? Even Spirit King Stage cultivators couldn't regrow their broken bones. It would take a long time for them to recover. "If you want to kill me, then get up. Didn't I give you a chance now?" Yi Tianyun sneered. "This is not what we agreed. This is not fair." Ming Chen pointed at Yi Tianyun and said angrily, "Fair? You're talking to me about fair? I think if it wasn't for the rules, you four Spirit King Stage cultivators would have attacked me at the same time. You're talking to me about fair? Shameless. Do you think I'm an idiot or a 3-year-old kid? Tianyan stepped on Nan Gongming's body again and continued to extract his spiritual power. He looked at them coldly and said, "You're an idiot, and you think I'm an idiot? I'm not here to play. I'm here to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. You bunch of idiots." Tianyan's words made their faces turn pale. They really thought that Tianyan would do such a thing, but it seemed like they were too naive. How could an invader be so stupid as to talk about fairness when he came here? "Hurry up and finish it. I'll do it." Baron doesn't want to say anything more. He can only deal with Tianyan now. He doesn't want to say anything else. "Don't be so anxious. They will come one by one." Tianyan sneered. He wasn't in a hurry at all. He was collecting EXP bit by bit, so he was very calm. This was a double increase in EXP and Netherworld Fire. How could he miss it? Very quickly, after he was completely sucked dry, he also sent Nan Gongming flying with a kick. He pulled out his sword and slashed at Nan Gongming, instantly cutting him into two. Ding! Successfully killed Nan Gongming. Reward: 130 million EXP, 9,000 crazy point, 1,500 SBS. Reward: Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Flower Possession. Reward: Netherworld Armor, Netherworld Boots, Netherworld Fire, mid-grade Earth level. The drops weren't many, but they were all repeated. Sure enough, the same type of opponent dropped almost the same amount of things. This was clear from his previous investigation. There wasn't anything special, and it was all things that he had obtained before. Since Netherworld Divine Palm couldn't be upgraded, the best way was to sell it in the shop. The price was very good, at least tens of thousands of crazy point. The best thing was the Netherworld Fire, which could upgrade his flame, but the overall proficiency increase wasn't much. "It's your turn now." Tianyan looked at the two of them indifferently and said with a light smile, "I wonder who will go first." Both of them had different cultivation, but the strongest was Ming Chen, who was at the 6th layer Spirit King stage. Baron's cultivation was slightly lower, but he was at the 5th layer Spirit King stage. "I'll go first." Baron stood up and said coldly, "You killed 2 of my brothers. I'll take revenge for them. Their cultivation is not as good as yours, so it doesn't matter if they die. I advise you to use more strength, or I'll make you wish you were dead." Chapter 539. Although Baron volunteered to fight, Ming Chen did not say anything. He was even angrier than before, but he agreed with Baron's words. Both of his brothers were killed. As the steward of this place, he naturally had to bear most of the responsibility. He had to fight with Tianyan. Otherwise, with so many subordinates and cultivators watching, they would fly over to take a look. Even if he could not win, he had to fight fiercely. This was related to the reputation of the heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. If they ran away so timidly, then even if they survived, the heavenly Netherworld Holy Lord would not let them go. The reason was simple. The heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation had always advocated one thing. "All right, I choose you." Tianyan did not need to rest. He was ready for the next battle. He had been absorbing a lot of experience. Whenever he fought, he would crush his opponents. After advancing to the 8th level of Void Spirit stage, Tianyan felt that it was not difficult to deal with them. Moreover, the techniques they used were all crushed by him. Niu Tunshin's suction force and Nan Gongming's Netherworld Fire were not any weaker than Tianyan. Therefore, he could easily crush them. Even if his cultivation was not as good as Tianyan's, he was still able to move freely. With a point of his finger, the barrier covering Baron's body quickly disappeared. The instant it disappeared, Baron held the dragon spear in his hand, and his entire body erupted with his strongest power. Thick dragon scales covered his entire body, and even a dragon tail emerged from his back and fiercely swung towards the ground. Pa! His whole body flew forward, increasing his speed by a lot. He turned into a tornado and fiercely pierced through. Roar! At the same time, a terrifying dragon phantom appeared behind him. It opened its huge claws and pounced towards Itianyun. Obviously, the anger in his heart was too strong. The moment the shield disappeared, he immediately released his strongest power. He wanted to pierce through Itianyun's body. The tyrannical dragon power soared into the sky. Dragon shatters the heavens. Baron roared. He wanted to vent the anger in his heart. He wanted to kill Itianyun in one blow. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Itianyun. His spear pierced through the air, and the shadow of a giant dragon instantly covered all of Itianyun's escape routes, leaving him with nowhere to run. A towering killing intent burst forth from his eyes. It could be said that he was extremely furious. Just as the spear was about to pierce through, Itianyun's eyes flashed with a red light, and the dragon god bloodline in his body erupted in a frenzy. His entire body was instantly covered in red dragon scales, and an even more domineering dragon might was released, fiercely suppressing his opponent's dragon might in one fell swoop. Then he reached out and grabbed the spear that was thrusting at him. His whole body was knocked back more than 10 meters before he slowly came to a stop. White smoke rose from his palm that was holding onto the dragon spear, but he still firmly held onto the dragon spear, not to mention piercing through his body. He couldn't even move. You're in such a hurry to die. Itianyun grinned. Why not compete with him? Compete with him in dragon might? Compete with him in the purest dragon bloodline. Itianyun's 5th grade dragon god bloodline was quite pure, and it was already very close to the dragon god's bloodline. In terms of aura alone, Itianyun was able to suppress Baron. The two of them were not existences of the same grade. One was a king-grade dragon, while the other was an ordinary dragon. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Dragon god's bloodline. Baron's face turned ugly. He tried his best to attack with his spear, but Itianyun's strength was much stronger than him. Even if Itianyun's cultivation was at the 5th layer of Spirit King stage, he was still suppressed by Itianyun's strength. In addition to the 5th grade dragon god's bloodline, he also had the strength bonus from his equipment and crazy mode. The most important thing was that Itianyun's dragon god's majesty had already suppressed his opponent. The dragon god's majesty appeared behind Baron and roared at the shadow behind him, which immediately shrunk back. This was the difference in levels. The most orthodox bloodline was on Itianyun's side, and a mere insect's bloodline dared to call itself a true dragon? You dare to call your bloodline the dragon clan's bloodline? Itianyun sneered and pulled the dragon spear. Baron was caught off guard and was pulled by Itianyun. Itianyun's fist that was covered with thick red dragon scales smashed towards Baron. Boom! Baron wanted to fight back, but his dragon power was suppressed by Itianyun's majesty. Therefore, he didn't have enough time to resist and was hit by Itianyun's fist. His whole body was sent flying and rolled a few times. The suppression of bloodlines was extremely terrifying, especially at the god-beast level. The hierarchy of bloodlines was extremely strict. With a high-grade bloodline, even if one had a Holy Lord level cultivation, they would still have to kneel down. Baron's bloodline was a very normal dragon clan's bloodline, but in front of Itianyun's dragon god's supreme bloodline, it was completely garbage. Didn't you want to kill me? Please continue. Itianyun slowly walked over and motioned for Baron to get up and continue attacking. The surrounding people were even more shocked. They all hoped that Baron would be able to defeat Itianyun, but Who would have thought that the power of his bloodline far surpassed Baron's bloodline, causing a bloodline suppression to appear? In this situation, Baron's strength had been greatly reduced, and even the power of his bloodline had been suppressed. What kind of power could he still erupt with? Ming Chen's complexion was ugly. No one had expected such a result. How could they have known that Yi Tianyan had an even higher grade dragon clan bloodline? Lord Baron is in trouble this time. How could a dragon god bloodline appear? Who is he? Did he come from the Dragon Valley? Impossible. The Dragon Valley isn't here. It's all in the heaven realm. So how could it appear in the underworld? Could this intruder be from the Dragon Valley? Our heavenly netherworld divine kingdom hasn't provoked any Dragon Valley forces, right? They were all terrified. Just a few moments ago, they were constantly shouting for Baron to crush Yi Tianyan, but now he was completely crushed by the intruder in front of them. It was really beyond their expectations. They didn't expect it, but Yi Tianyan knew it. From the beginning, he knew that Baron was the weakest existence in front of him. In fact, he was even weaker than Niu Tunshan. Unless Baron didn't have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, his strength would always be suppressed. To put it bluntly, Baron's cultivation was at the 5th layer of the Spirit King stage, but under the bloodline suppression, he could only unleash the power of the 1st or 2nd layer of the Spirit King stage. Niu Tunshan's cultivation was at the 3rd layer of the Spirit King stage, so if he was at the 2nd layer of the Spirit King stage, then he would definitely be crushed. How is this possible? Baron's eyes were filled with despair. This was what they feared the most. The bloodline suppression was terrible, but he never thought that the intruder would have the bloodline of the dragon god. He looked at Yi Tianyan and shouted, "Did you come from the Dragon Valley?" Chapter 540. The Dragon Valley was just like the Phoenix Nest, but the Dragon Valley was not in the netherworld, but in the heaven realm. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. However, the dragon god bloodline that Yi Tianyan displayed was truly shocking. Such a pure bloodline. Perhaps only the Dragon Valley could possess it, right? But the truth was not so. Yi Tianyan was not from the Dragon Valley. He denied it, but no one would believe him. Such a pure dragon god bloodline. Other than the Dragon Valley, where else could it be? Baron's expression was extremely ugly. The power that he was so proud of was completely suppressed, and he could not display his full power. Unless the one he faced was not Yi Tianyan, or the dragon race bloodline in his body was destroyed, he would always be suppressed, unable to display his power. Baron climbed up and looked coldly at Yi Tianyan, but his heart was trembling. "You must have come from the Dragon Valley. Otherwise it is impossible for you to have such a pure dragon god bloodline. So what if I am? So what if I am not?" Yi Tianyan ignored their questions. In any case, he was mistaken for someone from the Dragon Valley. So be it. In any case, he did not care. He could only apologize for making the Dragon Valley take the blame. Fortunately, he was wearing a fake face, so there was no need to worry about being recognized. However, if the heavenly netherworld divine nation thought that it was an invasion from the Dragon Valley, then it would be a tragedy for the Dragon Valley. Our heavenly netherworld divine nation has never done anything to you. Why did you come down? Baron said sternly, insisting that he came from the Dragon Valley. "I said before, I am not from the Dragon Valley. Whether you believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. It is just that you provoked me, so I can only do this." Yi Tianyan walked over step by step. The power of the dragon god bloodline gradually released, causing Baron's heart to tremble. However, Baron did not retreat. He quickly took out an elixir from his storage ring and fiercely stuffed it into his mouth. After taking it, his eyes turned red, and his body rapidly swelled. In the blink of an eye, he had doubled in size. His whole body spewed out a white aura, and he was gasping for breath. The giant dragon phantom behind him suddenly grew larger, and its power increased explosively. Berserker, divine pill. Eteonion recognized this pill at a glance. It was used to forcibly increase one's strength, and the side effects were extremely strong. However, it was enough to increase one's strength by a large margin in a short period of time. Under the suppression, his combat power still showed explosive growth. 400 million, 500 million, 550 million, 630 million. His terrifying power skyrocketed crazily. In fact, this was still considered weak. If it wasn't for the suppression of the bloodline, it definitely wouldn't just be this value. Instead, it would soar to 700 to 800 million battle power. His current battle power was already calculated in the hundreds of millions. In the past, a battle power of a few million was already heaven-defying, but now a battle power of over 100 million was considered normal. This was the difference in cultivation. The later levels could be said to be like ascending to the heavens with each step. One could imagine just what sort of concept a Holy Lord level combat strength was. If the Saint Master wasn't powerful, he wouldn't be trembling at the mere mention of this title. Just a single finger was enough to crush everything. 630 million battle power. The effect of this Berserk Divine Pill is not bad, although the effect was good. After the effect was gone, the side effects came one after another. Especially since he had taken so many of them, it was very likely that his cultivation would fall to the first or second layer of Spirit King stage. It would take him a few years to recover. However, he didn't have this opportunity. Eteonion wouldn't give him this opportunity. Even if it's the dragon god's bloodline, I will suppress it. Baron roared and madly sprinted towards Eteonion. His speed was much more violent than before. Every time he madly stepped on the ground, it would cause the earth to shake. If it was outside, a large depression would have already appeared on the ground. Seeing such violent power, everyone began to cheer. Kill him! Kill him! We must defeat him. Even if he is from the Dragon Valley, we will still crush him. Lord Baron, crush him. Our heavenly netherworld divine nation is the strongest. They shouted one by one. They were very excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were all infected by Baron's violent aura and felt that this time they would definitely win. Baron fiercely attacked with his bare hands. Although he didn't have a weapon, his violent fists were better than any weapon. Get out of my way! Baron roared and heavily smashed his fist over. The phantom dragon behind him roared and merged into his fist. In an instant, he had reached the realm of one with the dragon. The fist that could tear through the air was enough to shatter the void. A red light flashed in Eteonion's eyes. He didn't dodge the attack. Instead, he lightly shifted his feet and leaped up to meet the fist head-on, meeting Baron's attack head-on. After everyone saw this, their eyes revealed a bit of ridicule, meeting Baron's fist head-on. This was courting death. Boom. Fist against fist. When the two fists collided, a terrifying vibration sound rang out. With a pa-la sound, Baron's arm emitted a crisp sound. Blood continuously sprayed out, splashing out in all directions and dyeing a large area red. Baron's expression changed. In an instant, he was sent flying. He rolled several dozen times before gradually coming to a stop. His entire arm was crippled. Many of the dragon scales on it had fallen off. It was a tragic sight. On the other hand, on Eteonion's side, there was nothing at all. There was no pressure on his fist. The crushing power caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Was this still the power of a human? Even Baron, who had taken the Berserk Divine Pill, was inferior to this intruder. Your strength is not bad, but it's still a bit weak. Eteonion shook his fist. He was completely fine. I've tested my strength. It's time to end this. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed. In an instant, he appeared in front of Baron. He stepped on his body and crazily began to extract the spiritual power from his body. Baron also wouldn't waste this experience. He definitely wanted to extract as much as he could. There was no way he would miss this opportunity. But before long, Ming Chen actually turned around and fled to the side. He wanted to escape from this circle and help Yi Tianyun pass this trial. He didn't think that Ming Chen would choose to escape. This was a great humiliation. Ming Chen also didn't want to do this, but even someone as powerful as Baron was crushed. Ming Chen might be stronger than Baron, but to be able to crush him so easily, he absolutely couldn't do it. In this case, what was the point of fighting head-on? Want to leave? Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold. He must kill Ming Chen. How could he let him escape? With a light touch, the invincible shield on Ming Chen's body disappeared. This meant that he could attack at will, and it also meant that he had joined the battle. Chapter 541. When the invincible shield was removed, Ming Chen quickly turned around and slapped his palm. The Netherworld Divine Palm, which contained the terrifying Netherworld fire, covered more than half of the altar of heaven. There was no way to dodge it. Idiot! That's what I've been waiting for. Ming Chen sneered. He wanted Yi Tianyun to join the battle, which was equivalent to 2 against 1. He wanted to give Yi Tianyun the illusion that Ming Chen was trying to escape, so Yi Tianyun would definitely join the battle. This was exactly what Ming Chen had planned. As soon as he joined the battle, he immediately launched a counterattack. The power of this palm is not bad, but I'm afraid that your friend will have to bear it. A ghostly voice sounded from behind, and Ming Chen turned his head as if he had seen a ghost, but what greeted him was a heavy punch. Boom! Ming Chen's whole body was sent flying, and his chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily beside Baron. At this time, the Netherworld Divine Palm came down and exploded. Boom! 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 The overbearing Netherworld Divine Palm's power soared to the sky, setting off bursts of flames that burned everything nearby. After a while, the two of them gradually appeared. Both of them had to take the attack head-on, and it looked quite embarrassing. Both of them crawled up to resist the attack. Although they were still in good condition, it was not a good feeling to have to take the attack head-on. You think I can't see that you are trying to lure me into letting you in? Then I'll do as you wish. After all, 2 against 1 is no different from 1 against 1. Yi Tianyun had already seen through his plan. Ming Chen had pretended to run away in a panic to lure him into the trap, and Yang Kai could see through it at a glance. However, he still allowed Ming Chen to join the battle because the current situation was not difficult. It was 2 against 1, so there was no pressure at all. Both of them stood up one after another. Both of them were seriously injured. Fortunately, Ming Chen was wearing a strong armor. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Yi Tianyun's punch. Baron's situation was even more serious. One of his hands was crippled, and his combat power was greatly reduced. In a short period of time, 2 Spirit King Stage experts were killed, and another 2 Spirit King Stage experts were severely injured. Only now did they truly realize how heaven-defying this invader was. He was able to take on all of their experts by himself. Who are you? Why did you invade our heavenly netherworld divine kingdom? Ming Chen asked. In the end, he still wanted to know the identity of the intruder so that they would know who their real enemy was. You'll find out after you die. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he quickly rushed towards them, not continuing to talk to them. The moment Ming Chen rushed over, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as it appeared, it displayed a terrifying power, almost shattering the surrounding space. It was a divine artifact, Heavenly Nether Divine Sword, low-grade divine weapon, indestructible, able to release the strongest heavenly flame to burn everything. Yi Shiwen hadn't expected that the Nether Heaven Divine Sword would be here. It was obvious that the Nether Heaven Divine Sword had come here to purge the heavenly fire from the phoenix nest. Everything had been prepared, but who would have thought that Yi Shiwen would be able to deal with it? Since they didn't go back, the heavenly Nether Divine Sword was still in his hand, so he had no choice but to take it out. Just as he pulled out the sword, he pointed it at Yi Tianyun and shouted, "Die!" They didn't want to know Yi Tianyun's identity anymore. They just wanted to kill Yi Tianyun on the spot. It would be better if they could seriously injure Yi Tianyun, but now that they were facing a terrifying enemy, they had no choice but to use their full strength. In this slash, Ming Chun released all of his power and poured it into the heavenly Nether Divine Sword. Immediately after, a terrifying shadow of a demon rushed out of the sword, completely condensed by the heavenly yin flame, and waved its huge palm towards Yi Tianyun, trying to crush him. The power of this slash was as high as 800 million combat power, far more than Baron, who had consumed the Berserk Divine Pill. This was the power of a divine artifact. It could exert its power to the extreme. Yi Tianyun's face was solemn. 800 million combat power was indeed fierce, but it was still within the acceptable range. The next moment, a shadow quickly condensed behind him, as if he was magnified a dozen times. Immediately afterward, a giant axe appeared in his hand. It was the thunder axe that dropped after killing Neo Tunshin. The thunder axe has the power of violent thunder and lightning. It has the power of extreme yang. It is slightly inferior to the immortal fire, but after wearing the set, its power instantly changed greatly. Ding! Equipped thunder armor. Ding! Equipping thunder boots. Ding! Successfully equipped thunder armor set. Attack has lightning attribute. Defense increased by 15 times. Power increased by 18 times. Consume 10,000 crazy point to release Thunder Heaven Breaking Slash. Cooldown time 1 hour. Boom. The sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. His whole body was covered with the power of thunder and lightning. He looked like the son of Thunder God. His comprehensive strength began to greatly improve. 400 million combat power. 500 million combat power. 600 million combat power. 700 million combat power, 850 million combat power, 900 million combat power. His combat prowess skyrocketed with the Dragon God bloodline, crazy mode, and the ultimate suit, as well as the effect of the phantom possession. A terrifying combat prowess exploded. It directly crushed the opponent's combat power in one fell swoop, more than 150 million combat power. With the basic attributes of Void Spirit Stage 8th level, the combat power was superimposed by 16 times. It was impossible not to go crazy. But is this the limit of damage? Of course not. Thunder Heaven Breaking Slash. Using 10,000 crazy point, Yi Tianyun instantly released the skill of the set attribute. He heavily chopped down with the axe, and the shadow behind him also heavily chopped down, increasing the damage by 3 times 1. 1 billion combat power. Roar. A thick thunder dragon accompanied the phantom as it twisted its thick body and pounced forward, piercing through the demon's hand in one fell swoop. The tyrannical power of thunder and lightning instantly burst out, scattering the demon's soul and turning it into ashes. Ming Chun and the others' face changed. They didn't expect that even with Divine Tool, they still couldn't deal with it. They can't imagine how strong the opponent is. Not good. Run. Ming Chun grabbed Baron and fled, but with their speed, how could they escape the impact of the Thunder Dragon? At this critical moment, Ming Chen's eyes turned cold, and he quickly threw Baron away and shouted, "I'll leave it to you." Baron was startled, but he could only brace himself and rush forward, Releasing the last bit of his power, his whole body suppressed the thunder dragon, and the shadow of the dragon appeared again. But as soon as it appeared, it was completely engulfed by the thunder dragon and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 542. Ming Chun threw Baron out, but Baron did not choose to give up. Instead, he chose to release his strongest attack to resist Yi Tianyun's attack. Boom! A violent explosion resounded, and Baron was sent flying. After rolling dozens of times, he barely stopped. His body was charred black, and it looked terrible. However, it seemed that he was still breathing, being able to survive such a powerful attack. It was enough to show that his skin was very thick. Master Baron! Their hearts sank to the bottom, but most of them were angry at Ming Chen for what he had done. Most of them were Baron's subordinates, and now that Ming Chen had thrown Baron out, they were furious. I didn't expect that at the last moment you would throw your own people out. You are really heartless. Yi Tianyun shook his head and slowly walked over with his giant axe, his eyes full of coldness. This is his last duty. Ming Chen retorted, "If you hadn't killed your way into our heavenly underworld altar, do you think we would be in this situation?" Ming Chen betrayed his teammates, but he still said it in such a righteous manner. It was a big wonder. Is that so? Then go down with him. Yi Tianyun disdained this kind of person the most. He obviously did something wrong, but he still spouted nonsense. Immediately, he slashed again. Although he couldn't use his skills, his power was still very amazing. In an instant, his battle power soared to 900 million. The dense, heavenly lightning gathered together and formed a thick, lightning dragon. With a roar, it rushed toward him. At this time, Ming Chen's eyes flashed. He did not immediately dodge or immediately counterattack, but rushed in front of the dying Baron. Everyone thought that Ming Chen had found his conscience and wanted to save Baron. Immediately, Ming Chen waved the heavenly underworld divine sword in his hand and fiercely stabbed down. He said in a cold voice, "Lend me your last strength." After stabbing down, a huge demon phantom condensed again, stretched out a big hand into Baron's body, dragged out his soul, and forcibly pulled it out. When Baron's soul was dragged out, he let out a blood-curdling scream. The injuries on his body had already made him numb, but when his soul was dragged out, he still had to endure the pain of his soul being torn apart before he died. After the demon fiercely pulled out the soul, it chopped the soul in two and swallowed it. The instant he swallowed it, his power immediately soared, and he even possessed the power of the dragon race. Even his appearance somewhat resembled that of a baron. In that instant, his battle prowess rose crazily. 700 million battle power, 800 million battle power, 900 million battle power. In an instant, his combat power was on par with Yi Tianyun's. However, this was not the end. The demon phantom also dragged out a small part of Ming Chen's soul, cut it off, and swallowed it into his stomach. His strength increased again. 1 billion battle power, 103 billion battle power. This was clearly a sacrifice of a soul. After the demon devoured the soul, its strength would greatly increase, and its physique would instantly expand. This definitely did not seem to be the limit. As long as one continued to sacrifice souls, or if the one who released it became stronger, they would definitely be able to release even more terrifying power. Everyone thought that Ming Chen was here to save Baron, but who knew that he was here to sacrifice Baron's soul? Go to hell! Ming Chen roared, and the devil phantom's hand reached out and pinched Yi Tianyun's lightning, then squeezed it hard. Boom! The terrifying lightning was crushed and turned into countless stars. It didn't feel any pressure at all. Then the demon phantom stretched out its hand and continued to attack Yi Tianyun. Let's see if you can survive this time. Ming Chen's face was pale. He had sacrificed a small part of his soul, so his situation was not too good. Fortunately, it was not a spirit king stage expert who used it, or else it would be really difficult to deal with him. Baron stared at Ming Chen with wide eyes. He felt that Ming Chen's action was a disgrace to him. He didn't expect that the one who stabbed him in the back was Ming Chen. Ding. Successfully killed Baron. Reward: 160 million EXP, 10. 000 CPS, 2. 000 SBS. Reward: Dragon Devourer Spear, high-grade sacred tool. Baron Armor, high-grade sacred tool. Baron Boots, high-grade sacred tool. Dragon God Bloodline, 4th grade, rare. It's really pitiful to be killed by your own companion. I will borrow your power to deal with it. Yi Qianyun's eyes flashed, and the power in his body instantly increased. The demon phantom behind him waved its attack again, ready to counterattack the demon that rushed over. Baron didn't have Dragon God Bloodline, but he still dropped Dragon God Bloodline. It doesn't necessarily mean that the other party has it. Dragon God Bloodline Fusion. Ding. Dragon God Bloodline upgrade to 6th grade. Next level requires 50 million CPS. Boom. After the fusion, Ming Chen's combat power sword. 950 million combat power. 1 billion combat power. 50 million combat power. Suddenly, the combat power soared to 150 million. The power of a 6th grade bloodline was really overbearing. Under such circumstances, Ming Chen's combat power surpassed the demon's. This is the power given to you by your companion. Bear with it. Yi Tianyun swung his axe fiercely, and the phantom behind him also swung its giant axe. Lightning instantly gathered on the giant axe, shining with amazing energy. Voila! The devil's palm was split in half, and the huge devil was also split in half. The remaining lightning penetrated the devil's body and fiercely attacked Ming Chen. Ming Chen's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect that his opponent's power was still so strong. It forcefully broke through the demon's power. Even with the power of a divine artifact, it was still ruthlessly suppressed. After he obtained the heavenly netherworld divine sword, he was able to fight against cultivators who were at 7th layer spirit king stage. However, he didn't expect that he would be suppressed by the demon's power. I will kill you! Ming Chen roared and stabbed the heavenly netherworld divine sword into his body, and then a steady stream of blood essence flowed into the sword. Roar! Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the sky, and an even bigger demon tore through the black hole. Its terrifying eyes stared at Ming Chen, and then it stretched out its huge palm and slammed it down. Bang! The overbearing lightning was smashed into pieces. The demon's combat power was as high as 2 billion, which was enough to make people shiver in fear. Chapter 543. The huge devil waved its huge palm and smashed Yi Tianyun's attack, then waved its huge palm again to grab Yi Tianyun. The huge palm was like a rolling black cloud, covering the entire top of the heavenly altar. The surrounding cultivators' faces changed. They didn't expect Ming Chen to be able to summon such a terrifying devil. If Ming Chen was caught, his soul would be devoured. Hand over your soul. Ming Chen smiled bitterly. His current situation was not any better. Even if he won this time, it would take a long time for him to recover. This time, he sacrificed too much of his soul to summon this devil. Only by doing so could he summon a stronger devil. The best proof was the fact that Ming Chen destroyed Yi Tianyun's attack with a single slap. Now, his combat power reached 2 billion, breaking the record again. Compared to Yi Tianyun's previous skill, it's a level higher. Hand over my soul? Let's see if you have the qualifications. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was about to burn his blood essence in exchange for a stronger power when a beautiful voice sounded in his ears. Ding! Heavenly Cloud's mansion successfully annihilated the most evil forces. Reward 200 000 000 EXP 500 000 CPS 100 000 SPS. Ding! Congratulations to player Etianyan for successfully breaking through to 9th level Void Spirit stage. He didn't expect that at this time, a lot of rewards would suddenly appear in front of him, allowing him to successfully break through to 9th level Void Spirit stage. It was as if his companions of Heavenly Cloud's mansion were always supporting him. Even if they were far away from him, they were still working hard for him. It's good to have you guys here. Etienne's mouth curved into a warm smile, and the released power instantly soared, after superimposing a level, and then superimposing the crazy damage 16 times mode. All of a sudden the damage was explosive. 1 billion combat power. 2 billion combat power. 3 billion combat power. 250 million combat power. When he broke through from 8th level Void Spirit stage to 9th level Void Spirit stage, his combat power increased by more than 10 million. On top of that, his combat power increased by 16 times, which was more than 200 million combat power. Boom! The thick thunder dragon let out a roar and bit fiercely, crushing the hand that was covering it. Then it fiercely rammed into the hand, directly shattering the entire arm. Roar! After the demon's arm was shattered, it actually shrank back in fear. The black hole in the sky quickly returned to its original state, and everything returned to normal. However, this huge lightning dragon did not stop there. After twisting twice in the air, it opened its mouth and ruthlessly bit down. This is impossible. Ming Chen's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that he would still be suppressed by his opponent even after risking his life. It was as if everything had erupted from behind, and it had become much stronger all of a sudden. He was baffled and didn't know what had happened. Boom! The thunder dragon didn't care about his shock and fiercely smashed down from the sky. Thick bolts of lightning spread out in all directions. A miserable scream came from the dazzling white light, but it was quickly covered by the loud thunder that resounded through the 9 heavens. The surrounding subordinates were dumbfounded. This battle had shocked them too much, especially the Spirit King stage experts in the distance. Their hearts tightened as they asked themselves if they had to face this attack. How did their heavenly netherworld divine nation provoke such a monster? Not only did he invade their territory alone, but he also killed 4 Spirit King stage experts in a row. Even with the help of a divine tool, they still couldn't suppress him. Doesn't this mean that the cultivation of the invader is at least at the 9th level of Spirit King stage, which forces elder or sect master level expert came here? After the white light dissipated, Ming Chun was lying on the ground, his body twitching, and it seemed like he was still alive. Yi Tianyan walked in front of him and looked at him coldly. Finally, Ming Chun was killed by Yi Tianyan. Who are you? Ming Chun still had his last breath, but he still wanted to know Yi Tianyan's true identity before he died. Yi Tianyan bent down and whispered to Ming Chun, the force of the mortal world, the force that destroyed the Netherworld Empire. Heavenly Cloud Mansion. Back then, you told me that if I came to the Netherworld, my strength would be nothing. How do you feel now? It's you. Ming Chen's eyes widened, and in the next moment, he was completely dead. He was shocked to death to hear such a shocking piece of information when he was on his last breath. Ding! Successfully killed Ming Chen. Reward: 180 million EXP, 11,000 crazy point, 3,000 SPs. Reward: Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Netherworld Dragon Possession. Reward: Netherworld Fire, Mid-Grade Earth Level, Netherworld Token, Rare, Netherworld Key, Rare. 50 times EXP card. Rare. Ding. Consecutively killed 4 Spirit King stage experts. Reward. 50 million EXP, 50 million crazy point. Tianyun didn't expect to get additional rewards for consecutive kills. The reward for killing someone of a higher level was gone. Although the nether dust was very domineering, it was built on the Nether Heaven Divine Sword, so it was not very domineering. If Tianyun didn't have the Heavenly Nether Divine Sword, he wouldn't have any problem crushing him. This was the advantage of having a high cultivation level. Who would dare to stop him? All your things are mine. Tianyun took all their storage rings. He also took out the storage rings of Nyo-Tunshin and the others. Spirit King stage experts' belongings were not bad, so he couldn't let them go. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword, another divine tool, not bad. Tianyun took the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword. This was the second time he obtained a divine tool. Killing them wouldn't drop a divine tool, but with their cultivation, they weren't qualified to obtain a divine tool, so they must have borrowed it from the Holy Lord. Put down the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword. At this time, several Spirit King stage experts shouted angrily. This was a divine tool. How could they let Tianyun take it away? Oh, you want the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword, right? That's fine. You can wait for me down here. I'll deal with you later. If you can stop me, let alone the Netherworld Divine Sword, even my life will be yours. Tianyun said while looking at them playfully. Tianyun looked at them with a playful smile on his face. They remembered Tianyun's overbearing power. Now that he had the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword, how could they stop him? Wouldn't he be able to kill one of them with one strike? Chapter 544. Tianyun's words scared them, so when they saw the Heavenly Underworld Divine Sword being taken away, they couldn't help but shout. After shouting, they regretted it. Even if Tianyun took away the Heavenly Underworld Divine Sword, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Just imagine the terrifying power of the Heavenly Underworld Divine Sword. They couldn't resist it at all. You have successfully passed the trial and entered the final trial. A familiar voice came from the sky. Finally, Ming Chun and the others were driven out of the heavenly altar. Then the great array on the heavenly altar lit up, and in an instant, the entire great array lit up, and the next moment, Tianyun disappeared in the same place, and no one knew where he went. After seeing Tianyun disappear, everyone looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know where he was teleported to. Of course, they didn't know where Tianyun was teleported to, but they couldn't climb up to find him. As long as they got close to the top of the heavenly altar, they would be pressed to the ground. Even if they climbed up, they wouldn't be able to climb up. Therefore, there was only one way to reach the top of the heavenly altar, and that was to pass the trial and climb the divine ladder. Where did he go? Hurry up and inform the Holy Lord about the situation here. They didn't spread the news to the heavenly underworld imperial capital, mainly because they didn't want to incur the wrath of the heavenly underworld imperial capital. Once the heavenly underworld imperial capital figured out who the intruders were and captured them, they would be forgiven even if they failed in their duty. Now, for Spirit King stage powerhouses were killed in front of everyone, and there were a lot of rogue cultivators watching from the side, so they couldn't hide the news. Soon, the news of what happened here would spread. But where did Tianyun go? It's a complete mystery. Soon, the news spread quickly, and the Phoenix clan, who had been paying attention to the situation here, was shocked. He killed 4 Spirit King stage powerhouses in a row, including Mingchen, and successfully passed the trial. The divine envoy is too powerful, isn't he? Is he that powerful? Elder Luo and the others had returned safely, and they even told Bai Shui Huang about what happened. Bai Shui Huang was surprised when she found out that the so-called treasure house is actually the demon beast cage. But as she heard about Yi Tianyun's amazing performance, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. However, many of the elders were still worried about Yi Tianyun's situation. Yi Tianyun was alone in the heavenly netherworld altar. They didn't expect that Yi Tianyun would kill 4 spirit king stage powerhouses in a row, which shocked the entire Phoenix clan. Apart from Yi Tianyun, they couldn't think who else could have entered the heavenly underworld altar. The heavenly netherworld divine nation had many enemies, but that did not mean that they would dare to barge into the heavenly netherworld altar. Such a dangerous place was truly arduous and unrewarding. Therefore, they could only deduce that Yi Tianyun was one of their divine envoys. It's possible, when we killed men who everything was quiet, and when we reacted, men who was already nailed to the ground. This power and speed is the true strength of a divine emissary. Elder Lei smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that we were wrong. I thought that he was a good human, but who knew that he would be so powerful? This was a great thing for them. How could they not be happy to have such a powerful divine envoy?" The patriarch's eyes are sharp enough. It's really scary when he first proposed to make him a divine envoy. Now, it seems that the patriarch doesn't dare to criticize the patriarch anymore. Shopkeeper Yi smiled. Now that he thought about it, the patriarch's eyes were sharp enough. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such a powerful divine envoy. The elders smiled, but Bai Shui Huang frowned. No one knew what she was thinking. The heavenly underworld altar's trial. Is he undergoing the divine king's inheritance trial? If he succeeds in obtaining the inheritance, his future will be quite terrifying. Bai Shui Huang was surprised, but she also thought about the inheritance trial. After hearing it, the elders nodded. They had heard about it, but the heavenly underworld altar was managed by the heavenly underworld divine kingdom, so they didn't know the real situation. "When the divine envoy comes back, inform me immediately," Bai Shui Huang said, and turned around to busy herself with other things. Not only the Phoenix clan was shocked by the news, but the entire ghost world was also shocked. An invader killed 4 spirit king stage experts of the heavenly underworld divine kingdom. No one knew what kind of behemoth the heavenly underworld divine kingdom had provoked. In any case, this was something that everyone talked about after a meal, trying to guess the identity of the invader. The heavenly underworld divine kingdom was in an uproar, and they sent more powerful reinforcements to the heavenly underworld divine kingdom. The whole ghost world was in an uproar, but it was only the heavenly underworld divine kingdom. Most of them were gloating. Finally, someone went to deal with the heavenly underworld divine kingdom. Although they might not be able to completely suppress the heavenly underworld divine kingdom, they could at least reduce their morale. The outside world was in an uproar, and Yi Tianyun's whereabouts were even more mysterious. After Yi Tianyun was teleported away, he was teleported into a special space, surrounded by a wall of profound golden stone. He immediately deduced that he was still in the heavenly underworld altar, and he wasn't teleported out. There was nothing strange in front of him, and there was only a passage that led straight to the front, but he didn't know where it led to. Yi Tianyun didn't think too much about it, and just lifted his foot to walk inside. As soon as he entered the passage, the surrounding environment immediately changed. Countless flowers and trees appeared, but they were all extremely precious treasures. There were even 5th and 6th grade spirit herbs, which was really shocking. Yi Tianyun was startled, and just when he wanted to lift his foot, he stopped. He stabilized the greed in his heart and continued to lift his foot, ignoring the situation around him. But after a few steps, he heard playful laughter from the edge of the forest in front of him. Yi Tianyun turned his head and saw that there was a pool at the side, and there were a few stunning beauties playing in the pool, wearing nothing to cover their bodies. It really made one's blood boil. "Brother Xiaojun, do you want to come and play?" At this time, they noticed Yi Tianyan walking over, and they hooked their fingers in his direction, gesturing for him to come and play with them. Yi Tianyan smiled, but he didn't walk over. Instead, he continued to walk forward resolutely, guarding his heart. A special aura kept invading his body, and no matter how he tried to block it, it would enter his body and affect his Tao heart. Chapter 545. When Yi Tianyan entered this passage, he knew that these are all illusions, they are all illusions. This was a trial, so he had to guard his Tao heart. Sometimes, even though he knew it was an illusion, everything seemed so real, and there was a constant flow of special spiritual power that could affect his condition. This was the effect of the illusion. It could affect all of their actions. Yi Tianyan was also affected by the illusion, and there was a constant flow of spiritual power that wanted to confuse him. But as soon as it entered his body, it was absorbed by him and turned into experience. However, there was still a little bit of spiritual power that flowed into his mind and began to affect him a little bit. Overall, there was no problem, and he could still continue to move forward. As he continued to go deeper, there were other illusions that affected him along the way, and they were full of endless temptations. It was either spirit herbs, beautiful women, divine tools, or a bunch of heaven-level martial arts. He didn't care about these temptations, and he kept moving forward, ignoring them. Finally, after walking for a long distance and taking the last step, the surrounding environment disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by walls made of profound gold stone, which looked very rigid. When he turned his head back, he realized that he had actually walked through this passageway that was not too far away. It was the same passageway that he had seen before. It was at most 200 feet away, but he had walked for several hours. It was truly a long time. Yi Tianyan knew that this was an illusion, but he didn't try to break it. And he couldn't. This illusion was quite exquisite, and it would take a lot of time to break it, so it was better to walk all the way out. Unless he was trapped inside, he wouldn't choose to break it by force. Breaking it by force wouldn't bring him any benefits, so it was better to walk slowly and enjoy the scenery around him. "I'm out." After Yi Tianyan walked out, he looked up and saw a wide field in front of him. In the middle of the field, there was a floating energy ball, but he didn't know what it was. Other than that, there was nothing around, not even an exit. It was just a wide field. When he walked closer, a light flew out of the energy ball and turned into a person floating in the air. When he took a closer look, he saw a little girl in front of him. Phantom, peak of spirit king stage, can condense a formation and can never die. The martial arts he learned, Yi Tianyan was too lazy to read the rest of the content. In any case, these illusionary spirits would never die. It was not like he wanted to destroy the array here. Moreover, he had no way to destroy it. As far as the eye could see, it was a creator-level formation. With his current level, there was no way he could destroy it. Even the heavenly eye was useless. Moreover, the Phantom's cultivation base was at the peak of Spirit King stage, so whenever he felt something was wrong, it would immediately attack him. In his current situation, he still couldn't deal with such a powerful opponent. Moreover, this Phantom was not an enemy to begin with. Why would he go against her? For no reason. Congratulations, Inheritor. You have successfully passed the trial. You have met the requirements to become an inheritor. The little girl's tone was very rigid and emotionless. They were not living beings in the first place, and were just spirits that had been created. They did not have their own feelings. Generally, creators created things according to their own preferences, but this creator actually liked to create a little girl. It was really hard to fathom. However, to be able to casually create a peak spirit king stage phantom, It meant that the Creator was very strong. Otherwise, how could he create such an amazing phantom? Have I met the requirements to become an inheritor? Then what will I inherit? Eteonion smiled lightly. Although you have met the requirements, your cultivation is still a bit too low. You need to be at least at the Spirit King stage to receive the complete inheritance. Only then will you be able to control all the arrays in the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. The Phantom explained, I need to be at least at the Spirit King stage. Eteonion nodded. He still had a long way to go. If he stayed here and cultivated, he didn't know how long it would take for him to break through to the Spirit King stage. The real name of this place is Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. What is this place used for? Eteonion temporarily ignored the Phantom and turned to the real place. Yes, this is the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. It was originally built by the owner as a teleportation array that connects the Heaven Realm and the Ghost Realm. So far, because there is no owner, no one has been able to activate it. The voice of the Phantom was very clear, but it did not have the slightest emotion. There was not the slightest bit of cuteness in it. This place can teleport to the Heaven Realm? Eteonion was shocked. He didn't expect that the real purpose of this place was a teleportation array that could directly connect to the Heaven Realm. In the mortal realm, no one knew the entrance to the Heaven Realm, so it was easy to go to the Heaven Realm through this place. Yes, I will explain it in detail. You can check it carefully. After saying that, the Phantom stretched out her hand, and a light beam shot towards Eteonion. He didn't stop it and let it go into his brain. Soon, the details of the situation appeared in front of him, including the information about the owner of this place. The owner of the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar was called the Heaven Creating Divine King. His cultivation was at the Divine King stage, and he was also a creator-level divine rune master. It was very difficult to become a divine rune master. Not only was he a creator-level divine rune master, but he was also a creator-level divine rune master. The Heaven-creating Divine King was a powerhouse in the Netherworld, and he had his own force, the Flying Divine Kingdom. In fact, Eteonion had never heard of this divine kingdom. When he was at the Phoenix Clan, he spent some time to understand the overall situation, but he had never heard of the Flying Divine Kingdom. It was not that the name was wrong, but that the Flying Divine Kingdom had already declined, and no one knew where it was hiding. According to the information passed, the Heaven-creating Divine King had already left the Netherworld, and no one knew where he went. It had been thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. As a result, the inheritance here had never been obtained by his own force, but he inherited it. The purpose of the Heaven-creating Divine King was very simple. In addition to being a place for his own force to cultivate, it was more to connect to the Heaven Realm. In this way, he could travel back and forth between the two places, and he could also gain experience instead of staying in the Netherworld all the time. Originally, this place was set to only allow the disciples of the Flying Divine Kingdom to enter and inherit the inheritance. Because it had been too long, the Phantom automatically decided to change to another method. Those who could successfully pass the trial would be able to obtain the inheritance. Eteonion was very lucky. He just happened to be in the period of change, and he also met the conditions for the inheritance. The conditions for the inheritance were very simple. He had to comprehend the divine art of the universe on the divine ladder, and then successfully climb the towering heaven ladder to reach the highest level. According to the original conditions, only those who had comprehended the first 2 levels of the divine art of the universe would be qualified to inherit the inheritance. This meant that the divine ladder had to be slowly climbed up step by step and slowly comprehend the martial arts. Otherwise, if it was incomplete, it would just be a simple trip. Chapter 546. The condition to obtain the inheritance was that simple. One only needed to complete 2 trials to be qualified to become an inheritor. However, although it looked simple, the journey was extremely arduous. Many cultivators got stuck while climbing the divine stairs, or when climbing the heaven-ascending stairs, they were unable to reach the top. In reality, very few of them were able to reach the top. Usually, only a few out of 30 people could reach the top. It was enough to show how difficult it was. Under normal circumstances, after successfully reaching the top, if all the people who reached the top met the requirements, they would undergo a confrontation trial to choose the most outstanding inheritor. Who knew that out of so many people, only Etianyun succeeded in comprehending the first 2 levels of the divine technique of the universe. In the end, the other challengers were judged to have failed. Not to mention the failure, he actually had to expel all the failed challengers. This trial was even crueler than the normal trial. The main reason why this happened was that he was not a disciple of the Flying Divine Kingdom. That was why such an unusual situation occurred. Of course, Etianyun did not dislike this. To him, fighting one-on-one was the best way to obtain a large amount of experience. The rest was to go through the normal trial passage. Once he passed it, he would be able to reach this place and successfully pass the trial. The overall difficulty was acceptable. However, it gave Etianyun quite a lot of experience. He was quite satisfied. Even if he did not obtain the inheritance, he was still quite satisfied. At least he had leveled up 2 levels here. What could be more satisfying than this? And I understand the general situation. Etianyun nodded. After going through the general information, he finally understood why such a situation had occurred. Soon after, he raised his head to look at the phantom and said, "Can I accept the inheritance now?" "No problem. However, you have to promise one thing and make an oath. Otherwise, you will not be able to receive the inheritance." The phantom said in a deep voice, "What is it?" Etianyun frowned. Even at the last step, he was still reluctant to let him pass. "If you meet a bloodline disciple of the Flying Divine Kingdom, you must pass on everything you have learned to him and protect him." The phantom said, "At the end of the day, even if the outsiders pass the trial and complete the inheritance, it is equivalent to a disguised reward for helping to find people." Etianyun shook his head. This heaven-creating divine king really did not leave any leeway for his family's bloodline. However, if this reward was announced, it could be said that everyone would fight to the death to obtain it. This inheritance wasn't simple. Other than the cosmos divine art, it also contained all the insights of the creator divine inscriptionists. This meant that if a divine inscriptionist with a decent standard obtained this inheritance, it was very likely that he would become the next creator divine inscriptionist. Just these martial arts and the insights of the creator of the divine inscriptionists were enough to cause many powers to fight over them and even launch an all-out attack on them. If the divine lord of the nether heaven divine nation knew of the situation here, he would definitely go all out and snatch all the inheritances. Cultivating the universe divine art could allow one to break through to the divine king realm. How could they not be moved? Moreover, this was an exclusive martial art of the divine king realm. It was definitely a top-notch heaven-level martial art. Not only that, but it could also control the Heaven Ascension Divine Altar, and when one reached the Spirit King stage, he could also travel between the heaven realm and the netherworld at will, obtaining so many treasures and helping to take care of the descendants of the heaven-flying divine nation was not a problem. It should be said to be a small problem. Imparting all these to him did not mean that he would have to abandon what he had learned. No one would be willing to do so. Moreover, he had to find it first. If he couldn't find it, why would he need to impart it to him? Do you agree? Phantom stared at him and said, "What if I don't agree?" Etianyun asked, "If you don't agree, I will erase your memory before letting you leave." Phantom said, expressionlessly. Eteonyon had obtained 2 layers of the cosmos divine art. Although it was not a lot, at least he knew how to cultivate it. So how could he let him leave? Eteonyon narrowed his eyes and looked at it, and said, "It seems that I can only agree, but if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Considering that you have given me so many inheritances, it would be a waste if I don't accept them." If he didn't agree, he would not be able to obtain the inheritances, so he could only choose to agree. This was not a big problem. He was not asked to find someone. It was just that if they met on the way, they would find him and give him the inheritances. If he really wanted to escape, he could just teleport away, no matter how strong the phantom was. It would not be able to fly out of the Heaven Ascension Divine altar. Then make a vow. Phantom signaled him to make a vow. What do you mean by protecting him? If he provokes any forces, wouldn't I be a fool? Eteonyon shrugged. He was not a nanny. If the other party happened to be a playboy or a troublemaker, what would he do? If his cultivation is above the Spirit King stage, you don't need to protect him. If he is below the Spirit King stage, you have to protect him no matter what he does. If he has done all kinds of bad things, then please kill him on behalf of the Master. Phantom finally said something fair. If the descendant is a homicidal maniac, how can I protect him? He would rather give up this inheritance than protect a homicidal maniac who kills innocent people every day. And I still have to help him? What a joke. That's fair. It won't make things difficult for me. Eteonyon. If I find the descendant of the flying divine kingdom, I will teach him all the inheritance of the heaven-creating divine king and protect him until he reaches the Spirit King stage. If he does all kinds of evil things, I will help the heaven-creating divine king to kill him. After making the vow, a streak of light appeared in the sky and drilled into his soul, firmly branding it. As long as he didn't complete the vow, he couldn't break it. Successfully accepted the quest, find the descendant of the heaven-creating divine king's descendant. Reward, 200 million EXP, 500, 000 crazy points, 100 heaven-creating divine king's descendants' favorability. Is this okay? Eteonyon looked up and asked. Yes. Phantom nodded and controlled the light on the side to quickly cover Eteonyon, and a stream of memories flowed into his mind. Eteonyon began to accept these memories. One by one, he used the appraisal eye to record all the information he got. There were a lot of memories, most of which were amazing heaven-level martial arts, including the divine art of universe. The divine art of universe was the most important, and the rest of the heaven-level martial arts could only be regarded as a foil. The most powerful one was the divine art of universe. The heaven-creating divine king relied on it to become one of the strongest divine kings. In addition to that, there was a pile of experience. Some are cultivation experience, and some are divine rune master experience. All of this was meaningless to him. He did not need these so-called insights. He just needed to practice more and gain proficiency. He did not need any insights at all. Chapter 547. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, almost a week had passed. The heaven ascending divine altar was the heavenly netherworld altar. Its real name was Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, but it was taken over by the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, so it was renamed to Heavenly Netherworld Altar. Many people thought that such a magnificent building was built by the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. Now, there were many cultivators from the Heaven Netherworld Divine Kingdom surrounding the Heaven Ascension Divine Altar. They even searched inside and out, almost flipping the Heaven Ascension Divine Altar. Spirit King Stage cultivators seemed to have been dispatched to block this place, and the strongest among them had reached the pinnacle level. As for the Saint King Stage cultivators, they were also dispatched to guard the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. He was not the Holy Lord, but the imperial preceptor of the heavenly netherworld divine nation, the strongest existence under the Holy Lord. He was also a very strong divine rune master. Although he was not at the creator level, he was at least at the divine rune grandmaster level, and he was a life-rank divine rune grandmaster. Becoming a creator-level divine rune master was too difficult. Even if he had reached the Holy Lord level, he still had a long way to go. Originally, the imperial preceptor would not come here, but who knew that there was a secret passage here? So he had no choice but to come here in person. He began to investigate in detail, spreading his spiritual sense in all directions. As long as there was the slightest sign of trouble, he would immediately rush over. There is a secret passage here that we don't know. A handsome middle-aged man's gaze was like an arrow as he coldly stared at the wall made of mystic gold stone, wanting to see something from this divine imprint. Along the way, he kept reaching out and patting the wall, trying to see if there were any changes. However, he had been here for a few days, and he had almost searched the inside and outside, but he still couldn't find a single entrance. Were the 6 of you guarding it at that time? He turned his head and looked at the 6 people kneeling on the ground behind him. They were the 6 guards who were guarding the door at that time. They were all trembling, and they didn't dare to look up at the man in front of them. Imperial Preceptor, it was indeed the 6 of us guarding the door at that time. One of the Imperial Preceptors said with a trembling voice. The middle-aged man in front of them was the Imperial Preceptor of the heavenly netherworld divine nation. He was handsome, wearing a long robe, with his hands behind his back, and 2 sword-like eyebrows slightly raised, looking at them indifferently. You couldn't see anything at that time? Imperial Preceptor asked indifferently. Yes. We can't see anything. We can't sense anyone passing by. With our strength, even if a spirit king stage cultivator is hiding in the dark, we can still detect him. They hurriedly explained. They did not want to show the slightest dereliction of duty, otherwise they would be dead meat. Scram! With a wave of the state preceptor's hand, the 6 guards were immediately sent flying. They tumbled a few times before crashing into the wall. They immediately spat out blood and suffered light injuries. This was not a serious injury, just a minor one. It was equivalent to giving them a little punishment. Imperial Preceptor, we didn't lie about anything. We really have been guarding here all this time. We definitely didn't do anything else, and we didn't feel anything. They were panicking. If the Imperial Preceptor wanted to kill them, they couldn't stop him at all. Yes, it's very likely that he slipped in through some secret passage. Our soul sense isn't weak, and we've always been investigating the surrounding situation. There's absolutely no way that we've missed anything. They all pleaded for mercy. They didn't want to die. They clearly couldn't see anything. If they died just like that, it would be too unjust. I'm just punishing you guys a little, although there's a possibility that they might have sneaked in through the secret passageway, or through you guys, no matter what. As guards, you guys have already failed your duty by letting the enemy slip into your line of sight. The Imperial Tutor looked at them coldly. The Imperial Preceptor was very clear about the standards of the 6 guards, but it must be known that the surroundings of the Heaven Ascension Divine altar were completely bare, without any cover, yet they were still able to approach and enter the secret passage. How could they not be punished? However, if the other party was a spirit king stage cultivator who was proficient in concealment technique, it would be very difficult to detect them. This is our mistake. Please punish us. They quickly crawled up and knelt in front of the Imperial Preceptor again. Thinking of this, their faces turned pale. After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. Even if the other party came in through the secret passage, they still failed to investigate the surrounding situation, which was also a dereliction of duty. But they couldn't be blamed for this. The other party was too strong. You have been punished just now, if I really wanted to punish you, do you think you can still live? The Imperial Preceptor said coldly. Well, you can get out of here now. Thank you, Imperial Preceptor. They hurriedly stood up, bowed deeply, and quickly left. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. If the Imperial Preceptor changed his mind, they would be dead. Of course, the Imperial Preceptor wouldn't go back on his words. If the Imperial Preceptor's concealment technique was strong, he wouldn't be able to see them. The person was already dead, so killing these guards wouldn't help, and it wasn't a dereliction of duty. The secret passage? I've searched outside, but I didn't see anything. Where is it? The Imperial Preceptor had already searched outside, but he still couldn't find anything. He could only say that the other party knew about the secret passage, but he didn't know that Etianyun came in through teleportation, which was something that the Imperial Preceptor couldn't figure out. At most, he could only imagine that the other party sneaked in through the secret passage, but he couldn't think of anything else. Inheritance. This is the Divine King's inheritance. If that kid got it, we can't let him go. The reason why the Imperial Preceptor came here was not for revenge. The 5 Spirit King stage experts were dead, but the Divine King's inheritance was the most precious. But after so many years of research, they still couldn't successfully obtain the inheritance. Over time, the Divine King's inheritance was abandoned, and it became a trial place for disciples. Now that the Divine King's inheritance was obtained, how could the Imperial Preceptor not care about it? When he was at his wit's end, the entire Heaven Ascending Divine altar shook, and all the divine runes flickered incessantly. The group of people was shocked, and they didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, the surrounding divine runes released a ray of light, and the cultivators who were hit by the light screamed in pain as if they were burned. They turned and ran, quickly fleeing to the outermost area. The Imperial Preceptor quickly waved his hand to block the light. The light didn't have much effect on him, but it had a huge effect on the Void Spirit Stage cultivators. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely die. What's going on? Who activated this array? Did that kid get the inheritance? The Imperial Preceptor was shocked, and his heart sank. Of course, the one who caused this was Etianyun. He let the Phantom control the array to drive out the experts of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. This is my territory. You want to dip your fingers in it? Etianyun sneered. Although his cultivation wasn't up to the standard, he could still make the Phantom drive out this group of people. He wanted to get rid of all the experts of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. From today onwards, no one would be able to break in, not even the Holy Lord, unless the Holy Lord attacked crazily, but at most they would only be able to scratch the surface. Chapter 548. The entire Heaven Ascending Divine altar started to attack crazily. All the cultivators had become invaders and were attacked crazily. Many cultivators did not manage to escape to the outermost area and died inside. Those with stronger cultivation quickly escaped from the Heaven Ascension Divine altar, but they were also battered and exhausted, more or less suffering from injuries that were not light. The divine inscriptions on the Heaven Ascending Divine altar were extremely powerful. Every inch of the altar was filled with offensive divine inscriptions. Once an attack was launched, it would be useless no matter where one hit. State Preceptor also quickly retreated from the Heaven Ascension Divine altar. The effects of the attacks here were limited to him, but if he continued to be attacked for too long, he would not be able to withstand it. After the Imperial Teacher came out of the Heaven Ascending Divine altar, he saw the entire Heaven Ascending Divine altar blossoming with dazzling light. At the same time, it was constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual power to replenish the consumption of the Heaven Ascending Divine altar. Under such circumstances, the Heaven Ascending Divine altar could maintain its attacks without exhausting too much energy. It must be that kid's doing. Imperial Preceptor's eyes were cold. He didn't expect such an ending. In an instant, most of his subordinates were injured, and some even died inside. Imperial Tutor, many of our subordinates have died inside. State Preceptor, what should we do now? One by one, they came to report. Their faces were filled with panic, and their bodies were also covered with wounds. It was obvious that they had just escaped. Their cultivation was not weak, basically at the void spirit stage, but they were still injured by the great array inside. If they continued to stay inside, they would die without a doubt. The Imperial Preceptor's face was gloomy. He was a dignified St. King stage master, but he was forced to flee. He had originally come to investigate this matter, but who knew that he would encounter such a situation? It was tantamount to a dereliction of duty. All of you, evacuate from here and stand guard outside. If there's any sign of trouble, intercept it for me. If anyone comes near, kill without mercy. The Imperial Preceptor gritted his teeth and said, yes. They looked at each other in dismay. This was the only thing they could do now. They just didn't know how the Imperial Preceptor was going to break this heaven ascension divine altar. If even they couldn't enter, their heavenly netherworld divine nation would become a joke. Didn't they say that this heavenly netherworld altar belonged to them, but now it had fallen into someone else's hands, and they had even chased everyone out? This was a great humiliation, a stain on the nether heaven divine kingdom's reputation. After the State Preceptor gave the order, he looked coldly at the heaven ascension divine altar. In the next moment, he flew over and slammed his palm down on the heaven ascension divine altar. In an instant, his St. King stage cultivation erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Many trees around him were uprooted and turned into powder that flowed into his body. The spiritual energy and essence of the earth were all extracted by this palm. In an instant, the spiritual energy within a radius of 10 miles was completely extracted by the Imperial Preceptor. The palm that was pressing down emitted an emerald green light. Following that, a huge palm appeared in the sky. It was exactly the same as the Imperial Preceptor's palm. The only difference was that it was covered in green light, as though it was filled with life force. In an instant, everything within a 10-kilometer radius darkened under this giant palm. Everything was enveloped by this giant palm. The terrifying pressure caused the cultivators in the distance to run away in fear. Some of them couldn't escape in time and directly knelt on the ground, unable to move at all. Just the pressure alone was enough to make millions of people tremble and lie on the ground, unable to move. As for the soldiers of the Nether Heaven Divine Nation, they all knelt down and looked at the Imperial Advisor with the highest respect. The Imperial Advisor is invincible. The Imperial Advisor is invincible. They roared. Their emotions were stirred up by the power of the Imperial Preceptor. They wanted to see the Imperial Preceptor lift the heaven-ascending divine altar. Open for me, the Imperial Preceptor roared, and finally, a heavy palm fell on the entrance. He wanted to break the door and break the divine inscriptions along the way so that he could enter. Previously, he had been crazily attacked inside, so it was not easy for him to do anything. Now that he was outside, it was the best time for him to attack. Boom! The gigantic palm came crashing down, causing the Heaven Ascension Divine altar to tremble, but it was only a slight tremble. There were no other problems. At most, a few small pieces fell from the corner. It could be said that it was just a superficial injury. However, the Imperial Preceptor did not stop attacking. He knew that this place was not so easy to destroy, so he could only attack madly. For a time, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. At the base of the Heaven Ascension Divine altar, numerous cracks started to appear, and the cracks spread out in all directions, forming numerous trenches. Fortunately, The Imperial Preceptor had already ordered them to stay away from here. Otherwise, they would really be affected by this attack. While the Imperial Preceptor was crazily attacking and breaking the divine inscriptions, Tianyan squinted and looked at the situation outside. The Imperial Preceptor is really impatient. He is about to start attacking. Can the heaven-ascending divine altar withstand it? Tianyan turned his head and looked at the phantom next to him. This place had existed for many years, and he didn't know how long it could withstand such a terrible attack. The Saint King stage cultivation is very strong, but the heaven-ascending divine altar is not a decoration. The phantom was angry. Since you want to destroy the heaven-ascending divine altar, then kill all the intruders. Immediately, the phantom madly controlled the entire heaven-ascending divine altar. And then the divine inscriptions on the top crazily gathered energy, and soon the divine inscriptions were completely lit up. When the Imperial Preceptor saw this situation, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Is this a counterattack? The Imperial Preceptor's face sank, but his attack did not weaken. After a while, the divine inscriptions finally condensed, and then a beam of light shot out from the center of the divine inscriptions, like a beam of light from the sun, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Boom! The terrible energy beam directly penetrated the huge palm and blasted in the direction of the Imperial Preceptor. The Imperial Preceptor's face suddenly changed, and he quickly summoned a long spear to stab the beam of light. Boom! After the two collided, a violent light burst in the air, bursting out in all directions. At this time, they couldn't see clearly what was going on, but after a while, they saw the Imperial Preceptor retreating dozens of miles, and there was a huge ravine in front of him, as if it was plowed by something, and there were bursts of white smoke. The Imperial Preceptor's body also emitted white smoke, and his clothes were burnt, and he almost evaporated. This power was too terrible. However, the Imperial Preceptor's strength was also not so bad, and he forcibly withstood the attack, but he looked a little embarrassed. Good, such a strong attack. Everyone gasped. Their Imperial Preceptor was already very powerful, but they didn't expect the heaven-ascending divine altar to be even more powerful. The power of this attack is not bad. It is much stronger than the divine inscriptions I controlled before. Tianyan was shocked by the power of this attack. Chapter 549. Of course, your cultivation hasn't reached the Spirit King stage, so you can't really become the master of this place. That's why the amount of power he could unleash was very limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape more than one level. The phantom looked at him and said, "This is the defensive array that the master set before. If anyone tries to attack this place, they can fight back regardless of whether there is an inheritor controlling this place or not. Saint King stage masters can still be killed, but this Imperial Preceptor's cultivation is obviously not weak, but it's still enough to make him suffer." Tianyan nodded. His cultivation was very strong, and it was comparable to a Spirit King stage cultivator at the 6th or 7th layer. However, this place only allowed cultivators at the Spirit King stage. Even if he could kill a Saint King, he would still be at the Void Spirit stage. This was too rigid, but the rules were like this, and he really couldn't change them. Well, how many times can this attack last? Tianyan felt that this thing was really strong, but he didn't know how many times it could attack. Judging from the spiritual power gathered so far, it can attack 3 times. The phantom answered truthfully. Now that Tianyan had become an inheritor, he already knew everything about this place. If he reached the standard, Tianyan would officially become the master of this place. 3 more attacks. What happens after 3 attacks? Tianyan asked. At that time, how long will it take to attack again? According to the feedback from the Spirit Gathering Array, it will take about 2 days before it can attack again. If you can provide pure Spirit Jade Stones, you can attack Immediately, the Phantom said, "If I can provide spirit jade stones, I can attack continuously. Isn't that equivalent to a powerful cannon?" Etienne's eyes lit up. This was a cannon that could deal with a Saint King stage. Cultivator. If it was a cultivator below the Saint King stage, he would definitely be able to destroy a city. It was a pity that he couldn't get experience from this cannon. Etienne guessed that he would only be able to get experience after he reached the standard and became the master of this place. Yes, as long as you have enough spiritual power, you can attack continuously. The Phantom said, "TSK, TSK, this is really powerful. How many spirit jade stones does it cost?" Etienne nodded and asked, "Roughly 10 million spirit jade stones per shot." The Phantom explained. "Huh, how much did you say?" Etienne wondered if he heard it wrong. 10 million spirit jade stones for one attack, the Phantom repeated tirelessly. 10 million spirit jade stones per shot. This cost, although he had a lot of spirit jade stones per shot, it was equivalent to the cost of a low-grade sacred tool. He had a lot of sacred tools, but he could only use them for a dozen shots. Of course, he had a lot of sacred tools, but he could still sell them. It was just that one shot was basically equivalent to a low-grade saint artifact. The cost was truly terrifying. At first, he thought that if he spent less, he could throw everything at the Imperial Preceptor. Who knew that the price would be so high? Forget it for the time being. Oh, right. I wonder if we can fly in this heaven-ascending altar. Etienne was more concerned about this. If it could fly, it would be equivalent to a flying turret. He could fly directly to the heavenly underworld imperial capital and blast it a few times. Etienne was more concerned about this. If it could fly, it would be like a flying turret. He could directly fly to the heavenly underworld imperial capital and fire a few shots. No, the heaven-ascending divine altar is fixed and cannot be moved. Once it is moved, it will not be able to connect to the heaven realm, and the teleportation formation above will fail. The Phantom broke his fantasy. Okay, Etienne was a little disappointed, but after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the case. The heaven-ascending divine altar was built here for a reason. The coordinates here corresponded to the coordinates of the heaven realm, so it could not be moved at will. Otherwise, the heaven-ascending divine altar would be surrounded by the forces of the flying divine kingdom. Bastard! The Imperial Preceptor outside roared and rushed over once again. However, he was met with a fierce blast that sent him flying again. Many cultivators from the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom were also affected. They were instantly turned into ashes. Not even a speck of dust was left. After blocking twice, the Imperial Master began to suffer some minor injuries, but he could not damage the heaven-ascending divine altar in the slightest. I miscalculated. The Imperial Master's face was gloomy. According to this, he could not attack the heaven-ascending divine altar at all. This attack did not affect him much, but it interfered with him greatly, making him unable to break the heaven-ascending divine altar's divine inscription. If that was the case, how could he kill his way in? The Imperial Master could only wait for a while and think of other ways. Inside the heaven-ascending divine altar, Etienne shook his head and said, "There should be no problem here, right? Can it withstand the attacks of the Holy King?" "No problem. Master's defense is not so easy to break, and there is also the support of Master's power. If we really attack, it will also activate the divine sense left by Master. Even if it is at the Holy King level, it can still be killed." The Phantom said in a deep voice, "It seems that I am not here, so I can rest assured." Etienne nodded. He could not stay here forever. There was nothing good in the heaven-ascending divine altar, only a pile of martial arts and nothing else. There were no weapons or pills here, only some inheritance. Although the concentration of spiritual energy was not bad, it would take a long time to absorb it to upgrade, and he did not rely on this method to upgrade. Unless the concentration was 10 times stronger, it would take a long time to upgrade. You want to go out? There are many enemies outside. You cannot easily escape. The voice of the phantom was emotionless, but it knew the situation around it. It did not want the inheritor to die. Don't worry, you will know this later. No one can stop me, including you. Itianyun said with a faint smile. Speaking of finding the descendants of the heaven-creating divine king, I wonder if there is any way to do so. There is. The phantom stretched out its hand, and a jade pendant fell from the air into Itianyun's hand. It explained, "This is the bloodline jade pendant. Once it meets the descendants of Master, it will definitely light up. So that's how it is, then it will be much easier." Itianyun's eyes lit up. He was just about to say how to find these descendants. It turned out that there was such a jade pendant. Then everything would not be so difficult. After taking the jade pendant, Itianyun looked at the phantom and said, "Then I will leave this place to you. I will go out for a while. The next time I come back, I will be able to fully control this place." If his cultivation was not enough, he could not become the true master of this place. He could not use the power of this place, so it was useless to stay here. "Then, how will you leave this place?" The phantom looked up and down at him. "I advise you not to leave here for the time being. Stay here and cultivate." The next moment, Itianyun's figure flashed and disappeared in front of the phantom. The phantom was stunned. It carefully explored the entire heaven-ascending divine altar, including a large area outside, but it could not detect Itianyun's aura. Chapter 550. In a place 50 miles away from the heaven-ascending divine altar, a figure suddenly appeared. This person is Itianyun. He teleported to a place 50 miles away from the heaven-ascending divine altar. The original teleportation can only teleport 10 miles away, but after he upgraded it with 2 million crazy points, he can teleport directly to a range of 50 miles. Even the cooldown time has been shortened a lot. It only takes half an hour for him to teleport again. If he continues like this, it will only take a few minutes for him to teleport again. At that time, who can catch up with him? He is definitely the king of escape. Originally, he was not in a hurry to upgrade it. It's just that most of the guards are within a radius of more than 20 miles. If he teleports within 10 miles, he will definitely be exposed. At that time, he will be besieged by everyone, including the Imperial Preceptor. The best way is to spend 2 million crazy points to upgrade his teleportation, which is undoubtedly the best way. Teleportation is really useful. I wonder what expression the phantom will have. Itianyun smiled as he saw a group of people surrounding the heaven-ascending divine altar from the back, making it impenetrable. As long as someone comes out from inside, they can't escape from their eyes. In addition, the Imperial Preceptor has been watching. It's impossible to escape from their eyes. Itianyun didn't plan to come out from the inside at all. He teleported to the outermost area and changed his face. Then he escaped easily. "Goodbye, you guys have fun." Itianyun didn't go to hunt these guards. If the Imperial Preceptor noticed him, it will be difficult for him to escape. Although teleportation of 50 miles is scary, a Holy King's spiritual sense can easily explore the situation 100 miles away, unless he teleports to a very hidden place. Otherwise, it will be really troublesome to escape. Although the Imperial Preceptor can detect this side, he is focusing on the heaven-ascending divine altar. How can he see the situation behind? Immediately, Itianyun turned around and left. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The next time he comes back, he will be at the Spirit King stage. If his cultivation is lower than that, there is no need to come back here. As for what happened to the Imperial Preceptor, And the rest, Etionyan couldn't be bothered. He believed that they would definitely cause some damage, but as time passed, he could only choose to give up. At that time, he would send someone to keep an eye on this place. If the imperial tutor knew that no one was inside, how would he feel? After Etionyan left, he immediately rushed back to the phoenix nest. He had already stayed at the Heaven Ascending Divine altar for a long time, so it was time to go back, lest they worry. Very quickly, he flew back to the phoenix nest. When he flew into the fire parasol tree forest, someone immediately intercepted him and looked at him vigilantly. "Who are you?" After seeing it clearly, a guard immediately exclaimed, "Lord Oracle!" Etionyan had already changed back to that face, so he was immediately recognized. However, they still looked at him seriously and said, "Please show your token." The identity token was very important. Not only Etionyan, even the other elders had to show their identity token when they came back. Disguising himself wasn't a problem, but the token was difficult to forge. Of course, the appearance was equally important. Both must be carefully examined to fully confirm the identity. Etionyan took out the oracle token and handed it to the front. The expressions of several people suddenly changed and quickly moved to the side to make way for him. "Welcome back, Lord Oracle." Their tone was full of respect. They did not choose to reject and hate Etionyan just because he was a foreigner. Etionyan had done so many things here and had already been recognized by the Phoenix clan. Of course, no one would reject him. Etionyan nodded and lifted his foot to walk inside. When he returned to the elegant residence, he saw Elder Luo playing with his granddaughter. A smile appeared on his face. "Daddy!" When Yen saw Etionyan coming back, her eyes suddenly lit up and immediately rushed to his side. The ice phoenix on the side also rushed over and kept pecking Etionyan's body. It kept screaming as if it was blaming Etionyan for not taking it with him. Okay, I'll take you out next time." Etionyan patted the ice phoenix's head. How could he bring the ice phoenix to the Heaven Ascending Divine altar? "Daddy, I thought you didn't want Yen anymore." Yen looked at him with tears in her eyes, still clinging to him. "How is that possible? Don't you have Elder Luo to play with?" Etionyan rubbed her little head. "Oracle, you're back." Elder Luo came over excitedly. Etionyan did not come back for so long, and hearing that the imperial teacher came in person, they all felt a little worried. Now that he was back, Elder Luo was naturally happy. "Well, I came back safe and sound. I said there would be no problem." Etionyan smiled and said, "Not only that, I also killed 5 experts of the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom and obtained the inheritance. It feels good. The Patriarch said that you should go and find her as soon as you come back." Elder Luo said with a smile. "Let's go now," Etionyan said with a smile as he walked towards the Elder Hall with Yen in his arms. When they arrived at the Elder Hall, they happened to see Bai Shui Huang talking to someone. When they came in, Bai Shui Huang looked up and saw Etionyan, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "I knew that you would come back safe and sound. You're a great hero this time. I don't dare. Without Elder Luo's help, I wouldn't have been able to do this." Etionyan said very modestly, "You don't have to be modest. I know a little bit about what you did, especially about you killing 5 Spirit King stage experts. This kind of courage is rare even in the Phoenix clan." Bai Shui Huang smiled and said, "Although it's not a treasure house, it's still a great achievement to successfully defeat the heavenly Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom's forces. You are a great hero this time. I don't know what kind of reward you want, but I will try my best to satisfy you." Successfully completed, captured the heavenly Nether Heaven altar, seized the treasure quest. Reward: 300 million EXP, 1 million crazy points. 50,000 SBS, 100 Phoenix Clan favorability. At this time, the quest was finally completed, and the reward was amazing. As for the reward, I only need the soul accumulating grass. Tianyun said with a smile. Soul accumulating grass. This is difficult. We don't have any soul accumulating grass in stock at the moment. I would rather choose any high-grade sacred tool. Bai Shui Huang said helplessly. Soul accumulating grass was much cheaper than high-grade sacred tool, but they didn't have any. In that case, I don't need it for the time being. Tianyun shook his head. He had no interest in other things. You don't even want high-grade sacred tool? Bai Shui Huang frowned. I'm not interested. Tianyun shook his head and said, I don't need it. Why would I need it? What about the Imperial Phoenix blood essence? Bai Shui Huang squinted her eyes and looked at Tianyun carefully. Tianyun looked at Bai Shui Huang. It was indeed very precious. He felt that it wasn't as simple as giving her a reward. She wanted to make her a part of the Phoenix clan. However, he didn't have any objections. Anyway, he had a good relationship with the Phoenix race. So, he didn't mind if they wanted to get closer to him. Chapter 5:51. Although Tianyun had never taken the Royal Phoenix blood essence, he knew that it would be beneficial to him if he had more of it, because from the information he got from the appraisal, Tianyun knew how precious this thing was. The Imperial Phoenix blood essence was able to suppress even evil souls, so its effects were evident. I thought you really didn't want any reward, but it seems that there is still something that you are interested in. Bai Shui Huang looked at him and smiled. Royal Phoenix blood essence is so precious. I thought it wouldn't be in the list. After all, it can suppress even the evil soul. Tianyun did think so. He didn't feel much about the sacred tools, but the Phoenix blood essence was an exception. How could such a precious thing be used as a reward? Royal Phoenix blood essence is precious, but the merit of the divine envoy is enough to obtain it. Bai Shui Huang smiled and said, In that case, I will give you a drop of Royal Phoenix blood essence. How about it? Of course, no problem. This was an unexpected surprise. The reward for completing the task was more than enough to satisfy the reward. Although it wasn't given by them, it was impossible for such a task to appear without their help. Elder Luo and the others looked at each other. They didn't even think about this kind of reward, but they knew what to do after a little thought. With Tianyun's strength, if they didn't give him a good reward, they were afraid that he would be disappointed. Immediately, Bai Shui Huang took out a box, which was exactly the same as the one in shopkeeper Ye's hand. Obviously, it was sealed inside. Every drop of Phoenix blood essence was sealed in this box to prevent it from being stolen and to prevent the energy inside from escaping. It's still the same. I'm afraid you need to unseal this box. Bai Shui Huang said and handed it to him. Thank you, Patriarch. Tianyun took it. This was not a difficult task for him. By the way, I heard that you have obtained the inheritance. I wonder if you can tell me about the situation over there? Bai Shui Huang asked. Only by giving him a reward and getting familiar with each other could he ask about the situation. Actually, it's nothing. It's the inheritance of the heaven-creating divine king. Tianyun didn't need to be too secretive, because even if Bai Shui Huang begged him to teach her, Tianyun wouldn't be able to do it. These martial arts could not be imparted to others, unless the other party was the inheritor. They had already sworn an oath, and if they were to impart it casually, it would be a violation of the oath. Even when the heaven-creating divine king was still in this world, he still wouldn't pass it on at will. He would still choose outstanding descendants. The inheritance of the heaven-creating divine king, their eyes were filled with shock. Although they already knew that it wouldn't be simple, when they truly learned that it was the inheritance of a divine king, they were still deeply shocked. They couldn't help but reveal envious gazes. In fact, a god king had appeared in their phoenix race before, but that was a very long time ago. The inheritance that was left behind could still be preserved. The key was that the inheritance of the heaven-creating divine king had a completely different meaning. They had all heard of the story of the heaven-creating divine king. He was a creator divine pattern master. Just this title alone was enough to shock the entire underworld. Congratulations, divine messenger. Not only did you help us eradicate the forces of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom, but you also obtained the inheritance of the heaven-creating divine king. Bai Shuihuang's beautiful eyes flickered. It's just luck. Yi Tianyan smiled and said, luck is also a kind of strength. Bai Shuihuang smiled and said, divine messenger, you must be tired after rushing all the way back. We won't disturb your rest. Basically, everything that needs to be understood has been understood, so they didn't want to keep Yi Tianyan here. Yi Tianyan nodded. He also wanted to spend some time to absorb the Imperial Phoenix blood essence. He had planned to absorb it before, but he didn't have the time to do so. If there's any action, please come to me. I'll be happy to participate in this kind of thing. Yi Tianyan smiled. Although he killed Ming Chen, he was still happy to eradicate the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. Since divine messenger said so, of course, we won't be polite. If there's an important action, we'll let you participate. Bai Shuihuang said with a serious expression, remember not to take the Imperial Phoenix blood essence at will, at least dilute it before taking it. Otherwise, even if you have the immortal fire, it will still be very painful to absorb. She thought that Yi Tianyan would definitely absorb the Imperial Phoenix blood essence, so she reminded him, I will. Yi Tianyan nodded. After saying goodbye, Yi Tianyan brought Yan, and the others back to his room. After asking Pu Ren to look after Yan, he went to the cultivation room alone. Then he took out the first drop of Imperial Phoenix blood essence, looked at it a little, and swallowed it without hesitation. Although Bai Shuihuang said that he must be careful when taking the Imperial Phoenix blood essence, he still chose to take it directly. He believed that he could withstand the pain. He has the dragon god's bloodline in his body, so he doesn't know if he will obtain the Phoenix bloodline after absorbing the Imperial Phoenix blood essence. After entering his mouth, a terrible heat flowed down his throat. It was like drinking magma, making his throat feel extremely painful. What's more terrifying is the terrifying phoenix fire crazily rushed to his limbs, as if burning his meridians to ashes. If it was a cultivator with a lower cultivation, he would definitely be burned to death if he consumed it. But he is not a normal cultivator. He is a strong cultivator with a super strong physique. Humph! Yi Tianyan snorted and quickly began to suppress the power of the phoenix fire. The immortal fire in his body beat madly and easily absorbed the phoenix fire. Under the crazy suppression, even the Imperial Phoenix blood essence can be easily suppressed. Soon, the blood began to become docile and eventually became a part of his body. Ding! Consumed Imperial Phoenix blood essence. Obtained Imperial Phoenix bloodline, first grade. The next level requires 500,000 crazy point to upgrade. It's normal for Yi Tianyan to obtain first grade Phoenix bloodline, so easily a drop of Imperial Phoenix blood essence is only first grade. The point is that later he can use crazy point to upgrade it, which is something that they can't even imagine. If you want to upgrade the Phoenix blood essence, you can only do it by constantly consuming it. Yi Tianyan doesn't need to do that. He can simply use crazy point to upgrade it. Let me try the effect. Yi Tianyan stood up. His eyes surged with immortal fire, and the next moment his whole body immediately burst with terrifying immortal fire, and even a few phoenix feathers grew behind him, indicating that he has the Phoenix bloodline. Chapter 552. The effect of Imperial Phoenix bloodline is amazing. This is not beyond his expectation. This is blood essence can even suppress evil soul. How can the effect be bad? This effect is really good. The remaining drop of Phoenix blood essence will be left for others to use. He doesn't need it for the time being. The rest can be upgraded with Crazy Point. This drop of blood essence is undoubtedly the best choice. He will give it to his subordinates who have a good physique of fire attribute. Upgrade, Imperial Phoenix bloodline. Ding, deducted 500,000 Crazy Point. Successfully upgraded Imperial Phoenix bloodline. The power of Immortal Fire tripled. Speed increased to 7 times. Next level requires 5 million Crazy Point. This Imperial Phoenix blood essence requires much higher Crazy Point than Dragon God bloodline, but the effect is amazing. It's not that Dragon God bloodline is bad. The effect is different. The consumption of Crazy Point is relatively different. 500,000 Crazy Point is still a piece of cake. It's relatively easy to earn Crazy Point. Well, I still need about 30 million Crazy Point to reach 50 million Crazy Point. This number is really scary. Tianyan shook his head. After saving for so long, he only got more than 20 million Crazy Point. If he wants to upgrade Crazy Mode, it will take a relatively long time. For now, it was better for him to focus on leveling up his other skills. It was best to improve them in all aspects. After all, 50 million Crazy Point can upgrade a lot of skills to a higher level. Most of them are very useful. Only when the level is upgraded will the effect be amazing. After absorbing the Crazy Point, he walked out of the cultivation room. And just came out, the guard next to him hurriedly said, "Sir Divine Envoy, Elder Luo asked you to hurry to find him. He said he has something important to tell you." Okay. Tianyan quickly went to find Elder Luo. Elder Luo is not there. He is accompanying his granddaughter in Qingyaju. As long as there is nothing to do, he will play with his granddaughter. When he just came back, Elder Luo saw him and walked over and said, "Our people sent back information. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation sent people to the mortal world. Although I don't know what they are going to do, I am afraid it will be bad for you, so I have to tell you about it." "Didn't they send people to the mortal world?" "Ming Chen is dead." Tianyan frowned. His heart suddenly sank. He didn't expect to hear such bad news as soon as he came out, although they didn't know if they would cause trouble for them when they went to the mortal world. No matter what, they would more or less be a little worried when they went to the mortal world. "I'm not sure about this. We only know that they are going to the mortal world. Most of the people they sent are at least at the core transformation stage, and they are going in batches. According to what we know, there are no less than 5 Void Spirit Stage experts and 1 Spirit King Stage expert, but he is just a first layer Spirit King Stage expert. Since he has just broken through not long ago, the restrictions are not that strong. It will be relatively easier for him to go to the mortal world. Should we send a few Void Spirit Stage experts to support him?" Elder Luo's expression was solemn. He didn't know what power Tianyan had in the mortal world, but he treated Tianyan as his own friend and would definitely care about him. He couldn't send any Spirit King Stage cultivators, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Therefore, they could only send Void Spirit Stage cultivators. "No, I will go alone." Tianyan said solemnly. "If you go alone, can you go back?" Elder Luo was startled. Tianyan was so strong. How could he go back the way he came? "No matter what, I have to go back and get rid of them. No matter what they do, as long as they can threaten my power, I must eradicate them." Tianyan looked at Elder Luo coldly and said, "How long have they been gone?" 2 days ago. They didn't go for too long." Elder Luo said. Tianyan stayed in the cultivation room for several days. Who would have thought that after Ming Chen died, the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation would still send people to go to the mortal world? It can only be said that conquering the mortal world has always been their idea. Ming Chen was just the one who carried it out. Now that he is dead, someone else will take over. 2 days ago? Then I will go back now. Itianyan said. Daddy, are you leaving again? Yenner hugged his leg and didn't want to let him go. Oh, yes, I have to go do something. You stay here and accompany your grandfather. Itianyan said. I will be back soon. Don't worry, Yen. Okay. Yen didn't leave with him this time. She was a little more sensible now and wouldn't pester him. Next time I come back, I will bring you delicious food. Tianyan patted her little head and immediately patted the ice phoenix next to him. Let's go, old friend. The ice phoenix let loose an excited cry. She could finally get out of here. How could she not be excited? Elder Luo, help me tell the patriarch that I can't stay here for the time being. When Tianyan sat on the ice phoenix, he turned his head and said to Elder Luo, Yes, you will always be the divine messenger of our phoenix clan. We will wait for your return. Elder Luo looked at him and said, Tianyan nodded and looked at Yen for the last time. He sighed deeply and left on the ice phoenix directly to Guangyun City. Ren Liangchen and the others were still waiting for him there, so he had to go back with them. At the same time, Ren Liangchen and the others had just come back from an inn in Guangyun City. They all had a satisfied smile on their faces. It is indeed the netherworld. The demonic beasts in the illusory fog forest are very good. We have made a lot of money this time. It is different with a sacred weapon. It is very easy to kill them. It is like cutting melons and vegetables. Yang Jiwen smiled happily and rubbed the sacred weapon in his hand. Lung, Hu, and the others were the same. With a good weapon, it was undoubtedly much easier to hunt. They had stayed here for a long time, so they couldn't stay in their room all the time. They still chose to go out and train. It was not easy to come to the netherworld. Of course, they had to train and strengthen their cultivation. I don't know when boss will come back. It has been a month. They shook their heads, but they didn't show any depressed expression. They all chose to stay here and wait for Tianyan to come back. Buzz. When they were wiping their weapons, a large array suddenly appeared in the room and sealed it. There was no way to escape. At this time, two figures emerged from the side. They were two Void Spirit Stage experts. Chapter 5, 53. The entire room was instantly enveloped by a surging energy, sealing all the exits. There was no way to escape. At the very least, with their cultivation, they would not be able to break out of this formation in a short period of time. Clearly, this formation had been secretly set up long ago. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to appear here. Taking advantage of their absence, it had secretly come up and set it up without them knowing. The appearance of two Void Spirit Stage experts immediately made them realize that they had fallen into a trap. You're finally back. You've really made us wait for a long time. The first Void Spirit Stage expert walked out. His cultivation was not high, only at the 3rd level of Void Spirit Stage, but for the 3 of them, it was enough. Not to mention 2 Void Spirit Stage experts. Just one of them was enough to crush them. That's right. I've been waiting here for a long time. What a waste of time. Fortunately, you're back. Otherwise, I would have set up this formation in vain. Another Void Spirit Stage expert smiled ferociously. Both of them didn't look very old, around 40 years old. Being able to have such powerful cultivation, they could be considered to have a very promising future. Ren Liangchen and the others' faces darkened. This wasn't a good thing. So it's fellow Taoist Jean. May, I know what you mean by this. Ren Liangchen maintained his composure and stared at the man in front of him with a sharp gaze. They had seen these 2 people before. One of them was Jin Feng, and the other was Zhao Quan. They were both experts who were just passing by. He didn't expect them to come knocking on his door today. They had even greeted each other previously. Among them, Jean Fong was a pretty good fifth-grade divine, inscriptionist. He could be considered to have cultivated a little, but he wasn't very proficient in it. Even so, a fifth-grade divine inscriptionist who could set up a grand formation was sufficient to temporarily trap them. Even without the divine inscription's grand formation, Qin Wentian could still kill them with their cultivation bases. It would be extremely easy to deal with them. The problem was that he was worried that they would run away, which would make it extremely difficult to deal with them. There were rules in Guangyun City. No one was allowed to duel in private. If they were discovered, they would never be able to enter Guangyun City. Thus, they set up a large formation to seal off all the situations and sounds in this place. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered by the people outside when dealing with them. Nothing much. Just hand over the sacred artifact in your hands. We'll borrow it for a bit. Jean Fong snickered. Looking at the sacred artifact in Yang Jiwen's hand, his eyes filled with greed. The faces of Ren Liangqin and the others darkened. As expected, they were eyeing the saint weapons in their hands. When they were hunting demonic beasts, they happened to be seen by them, and now they were here. This so-called borrowing was definitely borrowing without returning it. After pondering for a moment, Ren Liangqin had no choice but to compromise. If it's a sage artifact, we can lend it to fellow Taoist Jean to play with. They couldn't escape, and they couldn't block their attacks. If it was just one of them, they might be able to escape, but now they had to face two people, two void spirit stage experts. This is really not enough. No, at least three. We are short of 3 divine instruments. They chuckled. They were not afraid that Ren Liangqin would refuse. If he refused, he would die. There's no need for you two fellow Taoists to ask for so much, right? At most, we can provide you with 2. We have to keep the other one, Ren Liangqin bargained. Can't I have 1 in each hand? Jean Fong snickered. Not 1 less, or don't even think about walking out of this door. Their faces darkened. Originally, they wanted to compromise and hand over 2 divine instruments to save their lives. It was better than keeping the divine instruments. If they lost their lives, no matter how many divine instruments they had, it would be useless. Now, they were asking them to hand over all the divine instruments. Obviously, they wanted to take all the divine instruments from the beginning, and they would not leave a single one for them. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the decision in each other's eyes. Ren Liangqin nodded and said to them, "Fine, we will give you 3 divine instruments." Although it was painful, they had no choice but to do so in order to survive. Divine instruments were just external objects, and they had to do this to save their lives. This was the tragedy of being too weak. They could be bullied and robbed at will, and they could only accept it. After saying that, they threw the 3 divine instruments in front of Jean Fong and the others. It could be said that these 3 divine instruments were the most precious things they had, and the rest were far from being comparable to these divine instruments. When Tianyun gave them the divine instruments, they were excited for a while, but they did not expect that they should not show their wealth, and in the end, they were targeted by Jean Fong and the others. They were simply hunting demonic beasts outside, and they also knew that they should not show their wealth. So they only took out the divine instruments to hunt demonic beasts when there was no one around. Who knew that Jean Fong and the others happened to see it, and they were immediately attracted. They even set up a big formation in their room, waiting for them to jump into the trap. Jean Fong and the others' eyes lit up, and they quickly picked up the 3 divine instruments and touched them. Really good stuff, really good divine instruments. Their eyes were filled with ecstasy. Although their cultivation was not low, their wealth was still on the low side. In the mortal world, void spirit stage experts could basically have a divine instrument, but in the mortal world, it was very unlikely that they could get one. After all, void spirit stage experts might not be everywhere in the mortal world, but at least they were not as high and mighty as they were in the mortal world. Can you let us go now? Ren Liangchen's eyes were cold, and he felt disgusted looking at their expressions, but he had no other choice. Hee, what do you think? Jin Feng took the divine sword and patted his palm, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Although I have the weapon, I still want to try it on you and see if this divine sword is sharp or not, and see how effective it is. You are going back on your words. Ren Liangchen and the others' faces turned cold, as they really could not believe their words, but in the end, they still chose to believe them. After all, if they resisted, they would definitely die. They did not expect that if they did not resist, they would definitely die. What do you mean by going back on my words? It sounds so bad. I just want to use you to test my sword and see if you can dodge my attack. Jin Feng smiled sinisterly. Yes, we are just practicing our swordsmanship. You just need to dodge our attacks. We will not hurt you. Zhao Quan smiled sinisterly. It was impossible for them to let them go. Even if they handed over the divine sword, they would still kill them. No one would believe this bullshit *T, as it was obvious that Zhao Quan wanted to kill them, but he did not make it sound so bad. Set up the formation. Ren Liangchen and the other two's faces turned cold, and they quickly set up the formation, ready to block their attacks. Although it was meaningless, at least they could put up a fight and not let themselves be captured. It seems that we can't wait for our boss to come back. Yes, it seems that we are going to miss our promise. Their eyes were filled with sadness, as they did not expect that they would not be able to wait for Yi Tianyan to come back after he left. Practice swordsmanship. How about I practice with you? Chapter 554. In this room that was full of divine rune seals, a person suddenly appeared at the side, startling everyone. When Ren Liangchen and the others saw the person who walked out, they were overjoyed. Boss! They shouted in surprise, and the stone in their heart was lifted. As long as Yi Tianyan can come back, everything will be fine. Yi Tianyan nodded. He had just arrived at Guangyun City and was looking for them when he saw this scene. Then, he teleported to them without breaking the formation. He didn't want them to run away. Who are you? How did you get in? They were shocked. When did Yi Tianyan come in? They had no idea. He just appeared beside them all of a sudden, startling them. Most importantly, the formation around them was not broken. How did he get in under such circumstances? You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that I came here to practice my sword skills. Yi Tianyan smiled. He held the high-grade sacred sword in his hand tightly and walked toward them step by step. High-grade sacred sword. They gasped, and their eyes were filled with greed. A high-grade sacred sword was much more precious than a low-grade sacred sword. Even 20 low-grade sacred swords couldn't compare to a high-grade sacred sword. Although I don't know how you came in, I really have to thank you for bringing the treasure to us. They laughed. They had no idea what kind of person they were facing. Then they flashed and surrounded Yi Tianyan. They looked at him with a sinister smile and said, "Did they call you boss just now? It seems like you are their boss. I didn't expect you to have reinforcements. However, as long as you hand over the high-grade sacred sword, we promise to let you leave. Otherwise..." Swish! At this time, a sword light flashed. They didn't even have time to react. It was so fast that they couldn't even see it. When they looked at Yi Tianyan again, they realized that his hand didn't move at all. He was still holding the sword and walking toward them. What was that just now? They frowned, but didn't feel anything wrong. In the next moment, they felt a sharp pain in their arms. Immediately after, a pillar of blood spurted out. They didn't know when, but there were many deep wounds on their arms. However, they didn't lose their arms. They screamed in pain and hurriedly retreated while holding their arms. The bleeding stopped very quickly, but their eyes were filled with terror. None of them knew when Tianyan attacked. All they saw was a flash of sword light, followed by a deep wound on his arm. Ren Liangchen and the others gasped. They did not know when Tianyan had made his move. They did not expect his cultivation to improve so much in just a few days. The two Void Spirit Stage experts were easily defeated. They couldn't even see any attacks. I'm already very slow, but I didn't expect you to still be unable to dodge. Come, let's continue practicing. Tianyan smiled. In their eyes, this smile was like that of a terrifying demon. Kill him! Jin Feng and the others roared. Since things had come to this, they had no choice but to fight. Those who were not injured quickly grabbed their weapons and attacked from both sides. Everyone burst out with their strongest qi. The qi of Void Spirit Stage experts crazily surged in all directions and slammed on the formation, causing the whole formation to shake. The sword light flashed in the air, turning into a net of light that enveloped the inn. Wherever it went, the furniture would be shattered into powder. If it were not for the support of the grand array, the sword light would have already soared into the sky and blown up the inn. They could still suppress the sword light and not be so overbearing. If the sword light broke through the formation, they would be exposed. Tianyan's eyes turned cold. He quickly pulled out his sword and slashed forward. The sword light flashed again. They were stunned for a moment. Then, they felt a cold sensation on their arms. Soon after, they saw their arms fall from their arms like toy blocks directly falling to the ground. Puchi, a terrifying pillar of blood gushed out from the broken hole, dyeing the ground red. When they felt the intense pain, they screamed in pain. But what they felt was fear, deep fear. If they were careless before, then this time they would definitely take it seriously. Who knew that they would be killed in a second and their arms would be directly cut off? They could feel that Tianyan had held back this time. Otherwise, his sword would have pierced through their hearts. You, who the hell are you? They were terrified and completely panicked. I'm not a god. I'm just taking care of my little brother. Don't you want to practice swordsmanship? I'll accompany you. It's not over yet. Take your time. Tianyan smiled. The Nether Heaven divine sword in his hand was not stained with a single drop of blood. It looked so clean. No, we were just playing with them. Please forgive us, Senior. They had a bitter face. They didn't expect that they would kick an iron plate this time. Moreover, it was a very hard iron plate. Yes, we were just playing. It was really just a simple practice of swordsmanship. We definitely didn't mean to hurt them. The weapons we borrowed from them will be returned soon. We have never used a sacred weapon before, so we just wanted to borrow it for fun. We really didn't mean any harm. Zhao Quan forced a smile. The bleeding had stopped, but his arm was crippled. Their faces were pale. It was unknown whether it was because of the shock or the injury. Don't worry, I was also just practicing swordsmanship. It's just that I didn't control my strength well. I'm sorry. Tianyan smiled. The Nether Heaven divine sword in his hand moved slightly. A beam of light flashed again. The next moment, their bodies fell. One of their legs had been cut off. Fear, deep fear. They were killed invisibly. In the blink of an eye, their body parts were removed one by one. Sir, we were really wrong. We shouldn't have been greedy. Please let us go. They kept screaming and begging for mercy. They couldn't even run away now. All they could do was move their bodies to the wall, trying to avoid Tianyan's pursuit. I'm just practicing swordsmanship. Really? Tianyan said with a slight smile. It's so charming. Their eyes were wide open. Deep down, their eyes were filled with deep fear. This was the scariest smile and the most terrifying swordsmanship they had ever seen in their lives. At this moment, Their hearts were green with regret. They didn't expect to lose their lives in order to snatch the three sacred weapons. They originally wanted to kill them, Rin Liangqin, and the others' cultivation was not high, but they had sacred weapons. It was very likely that their background was not simple. Chapter 555. Jin Feng and Zhao Quan dragged a trail of blood towards the corner of the wall. Although they lost an arm and a leg, they still have the other foot, so they can still move their injured arm a little bit. Because of this, they dragged a long trail of blood on the ground. It looked very shocking. But the pain in their body was completely swallowed by the panic in their heart. They didn't feel any pain at all. They just kept moving backward, trying to escape from here. Let's go. When they were about to reach the wall, Jin Feng and Zhao Quan slammed the ground. Even if their arms were injured, they still used all their strength to jump up and rush out of the wall. Although there was a big formation around them, they knew where the exit was, so they could still escape. But a figure had already flashed in front of them and waved a sword at them. A sword light flashed in front of their eyes, and immediately they fell to the ground, twitching. They saw that there were more deep wounds on their necks. Blood kept flowing out. One sword cut their throat. They will definitely die. They stared at Yi Tianyan. Except for the word they couldn't squeeze out half a word. Not long after, they were completely dead, turned into two corpses lying on the ground. Ding successfully killed Jin Feng, gained 13 million EXP, 4,300 crazy point, 300 SBS, 500 divine rune mastery. Obtained tyrant rune paper, rare, heavenly raising sword, low-grade sacred tool. Ding successfully killed Zhao Quan, gained 12 million EXP, crazy point. Killing them gave a considerable amount of EXP, but the items he got were relatively shabby. At least for him, who was used to killing spirit king stage cultivators, it was indeed shabby. But low-grade sacred tools will still drop. Even if they don't, they will still drop something. Some of the things that dropped were related to them. Some had nothing to do with them. For example, tyrant rune paper. They definitely don't have it. There are still a lot of things. Tyrant rune paper is indeed a good thing. This thing can be used to carve divine rune. He has used it once before, but he doesn't want to waste it. The more he used it, the less he could use it. Before he completely stabilized himself, there was no need to stick a tyrant pattern paper on every weapon he saw. This was undoubtedly a huge waste. In the mall, the price of tyrant pattern paper is equivalent to 5 million crazy points. Although he can afford it, he can't afford to waste it. Boss, you're finally back. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to wait for your return. They were incomparably delighted. They had waited here for so long for Yi Tianyan's return. Yes, I was busy with something, and this happened when I came back. Yi Tianyan nodded, but he wasn't worried about any problems. If they were attacked, the system would notify them. This was because they were their own generals. If their generals were about to die, they would definitely have to report it. At that time, he could only use the divine general summoning order to summon them to his side. This was the best solution. Sai, it's all our fault. If only we had just stayed here, we wouldn't have ended up provoking them. Yang Jiwen sighed. Although a sacred artifact was very good, it could easily attract the jealousy of others. What's the point of staying here? The best way is to make yourself stronger. No matter how many of these people come, we'll kill them all. Yi Tianyan said coldly. Yes. The three of them were shocked. They had been blindly admitting their mistakes and had forgotten the most essential thing. As long as their cultivation was high enough, there was nothing to be afraid of. Pack up. We're preparing to return to the mortal world. Yi Tianyan stretched out his hand. The weapons on the ground flew over and fell into their hands. They hurriedly took the weapons and held them carefully. To Yi Tianyan, these were no different from scrap metal, but to them, they were very precious treasures. Are we going back now? Their eyes lit up. Yes, and it's an urgent matter. We have to hurry back to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Etinion's eyes turned cold. If the people of Netherheaven Divine Nation were to harm his forces, then don't blame him for being impolite. They quickly packed up. After leaving the city, Etinyon stretched out his hand. The ice phoenix quickly flew out and stunned them. Phoenix! They swallowed their saliva. This was a divine beast. They didn't expect it to become Etinyon's mount. I didn't expect Boss to tame a phoenix in the blink of an eye. This is a divine beast. Yes, Boss is amazing. TSK, TSK. All right, stop flattering me. I won't fall for it. Hurry up and get on. Your flying speed is too slow. Etinyon gestured for them to get on. At their speed, who knew how long it would take to reach the passageway? The Ice Phoenix's speed was top-notch. Its cultivation was much higher than theirs. It was definitely dozens of times faster than theirs. The time it took to reach the passageway was much shorter. Whoosh! The Ice Phoenix was very unhappy that others climbed onto its back. As long as it wasn't its master, it was a little repulsed. All right, just sit for a while. I'll reward you with some elixirs later. Etinyon smiled and comforted it. Only then did the Ice Phoenix calm down. However, it still couldn't help but snort, feeling very unhappy. The Ice Phoenix quickly flew up. Its huge body could carry 5 or 6 people. Soon, it turned into a light blue stream of light and disappeared into the sky. The passageway to the mortal realm was quite far from where they were. Under the Ice Phoenix's guidance, it would take them a few days to reach it. If they were flying at their current speed, it would take them at least a month or so. We're here, Etinyon said, as he looked ahead. So this is the passageway to the mortal realm? It's much better than coming down here. Not far away, there was a fairyland-like area. The mountains were verdant, and the waters were clear. Birds were chirping, and flowers were fragrant. There was even white mist swirling around it. It really did look like a fairyland. You're thinking too much. That's the passageway we're going to. Etinyon pointed to the sky in front of them. Everyone looked over and saw that the sky was covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Thick bolts of lightning continuously struck down from the sky, smashing into the ground. With a loud boom, the ground was charred black. More accurately, there were countless charred areas in that area. There wasn't a single place in this area that was unharmed. Compared to the surrounding mountains with verdant hills and clear waters, it was a world of difference. From the looks of it, this place was also a beautiful place. It was just that it had been ravaged by the lightning for so long that it had become so terrifying. That's our passageway. Chapter 5:56. The terrifying lightning passageway did not require one to pass through as many places as before in order to descend from above. It was very simple. After passing through this place, one could successfully reach the mortal world. It was that simple. It was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to do. The higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to go up. The heavenly lightning that was flickering nonstop was no ordinary lightning. Instead, it was world spirit lightning that specialized in stopping those with powerful cultivations. The higher one's cultivation was, the more terrifying the boundary lightning was. If a holy king went up, he would probably attract even more terrifying lightning. At that time, even a holy king would be repelled, so it was not easy to go up. Even if a holy king could successfully go up, it was estimated that he would be half dead. The power of a holy king was very strong, but it did not mean that he was invincible. Under the boundary lightning, a holy king could be easily suppressed, and a little carelessness could lead to death. For those with low cultivation, the boundary lightning was very weak, but it was not easy to go up. At least, one must have some treasures or be not weak to go up easily. At this moment, there were people riding on flying magical treasures, and even flying ships flying towards the black clouds. They were all in groups. In addition to going up in groups, more people flew up alone. Their cultivation was not high. They were all at the core transformation stage. Those who rode on flying magic weapons were naturally at the core transformation stage. These people could not fly, so they could only go up with flying magic weapons. The ship of the heavenly netherworld divine nation, Etenion's eyes narrowed. At this time, the flying ship that was about to fly into the dark clouds was engraved with a huge netherworld character, representing the power of the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Although there were many forces here, very few people would call themselves netherworld. Even in the netherworld, very few people would call themselves netherworld. Boss, what's wrong? They did not know that Eteonion was going to deal with the heavenly netherworld divine nation, so they were curious why his aura suddenly became fierce. Our future enemy will be the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Are you willing to continue to follow me? Eteonion said in a low voice. The enemy is the heavenly netherworld divine nation. They were startled. Although they had not been here for a long time, they had a general understanding of the forces here. The heavenly netherworld divine kingdom was one of the top 5 forces. They did not expect that Eteonion would actually provoke the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. However, they didn't think too much about it. After looking at each other, they said, "Of course we'll follow you," not to mention the Nether Heaven divine kingdom, even if it's the Golden Bamboo divine kingdom. As long as you want to fight them, we'll be willing to fight with you to the end. The Golden Bamboo divine kingdom's comprehensive strength was the strongest divine kingdom in the entire netherworld. It was rumored that there were countless golden bamboos there, and all of them cultivated the most tyrannical metal attribute power, making them invincible. All right, let's start with this ship and intercept them. Immediately, Eteonion put on a mask for himself and the rest of them, putting on a simple disguise. They would still have to come down in the future. In order to be able to move around here easily, it was best to conceal themselves. Following that, he recalled the Ice Phoenix and led the way towards the ship. At this time, on the treasure ship of the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom, many cultivators were chatting with each other. Looking at the approaching black clouds, none of them showed a timid expression. After passing through this ship, we can smoothly reach the mortal world. Then we can start killing, right? Yes, originally there was a force in the mortal world called the Netherworld Empire, but who knew that it was overthrown by a force in the mortal world. Now, they sent us to annihilate them. Hee, so we can make meritorious contributions? My blade hasn't tasted blood for a long time. I don't know what the girls in the mortal world are like. If they are a little bit more beautiful, hee. They looked at each other and sneered. They could see a lot of meaning from each other's eyes. They all wanted to eradicate the forces in the mortal world and reestablish a more powerful empire in order to have a place in the mortal world. On this treasure ship, there were many cultivators. The lowest cultivation level was at the spirit core stage, and the strongest was at the void spirit stage. There were more than 1,000 cultivators on this treasure ship. Most of them were at the spirit core stage, the rest were at the core transformation stage, and the rest were at the void spirit stage. But this was not the first group, it was the second group. When Eteonion received the message, there was already a group of them going to the mortal world. This was the second group. After all, many days had passed, and it took them more than a week to get to the mortal world. This time was very short, but for them, it was more than enough to enter the mortal world. Here, they only needed to go through the passage to reach the mortal world, unlike the passage to the ghost world. Originally, The area around the teleportation formation was not dangerous, but as time passed, it happened to be a place of great danger, so it became extremely dangerous. Moreover, only there could be an entrance to the mortal world. Even if it was a place of great danger, it could only be built there. Therefore, from the beginning, the passage to the netherworld was not deliberately made to be so dangerous. Everything was formed by the heaven and earth itself. Just as they were about to go up with a beautiful vision, 4 figures suddenly rushed over and directly crashed into their group. Boom! Along with a loud bang, the entire treasured vessel was on the verge of collapse. As it swayed violently, many disciples were blasted flying. Those who couldn't fly screamed and fell from the sky, and finally they were smashed into meat patties. Everyone looked at the treasure ship in horror, and found that there was a huge hole in the treasure ship. At this time, a sword light flashed, and wherever it went, blood splashed everywhere, and all the disciples were cut into 2 pieces. The overbearing sword light slashed horizontally in all directions, and it was unstoppable. "Who are you?" One of the Void's spirit stage powerhouses roared and quickly intercepted. He held a sword in his hand, and without hesitation, he heavily slashed down from the sky. As the guards of this treasure ship, if the treasure ship sank, they would be severely punished. The answer he got was a sword light, and before he could react, he was already cut into 2 pieces, and his head was directly separated from his body. Before he died, he didn't understand what was going on. All he saw was a figure waving the sword in his hand and a pair of cold and terrible eyes. "Kill." Eteonyon didn't talk too much with them and immediately entered the killing mode, madly beheading the surrounding cultivators. They heard their conversation, and sure enough, they went up to wipe out the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. In fact, the Heavenly Clouds Mansion was just a stepping stone for them, and they would inherit the will of the Netherworld Empire and continue to occupy the other continents to completely occupy the mortal world. Chapter 5, 57. Eteonyon acted as the vanguard, and he didn't answer any of their questions. Rin Liangchen and the others also entered the killing mode, and they didn't stop at all. With a holy tool in their hands, even if they had to face a lot of core transformation stage powerhouses, they could easily deal with them. It was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. 10 times EXP card. Use. 50 times EXP card. Use. Experience cards were constantly being used. Experience cards that he had on him were used up, and those that he didn't have on him were bought from the shop. There were thousands of cultivators on this ship, so how could they miss it? After activating the skill, the EXP card started to increase like crazy. Although the core transformation stage cultivators still gained a few million EXP with so many EXP cards, it was still a good thing to accumulate. Moreover, there were also many Void spirit stage cultivators on this ship, and they could gain a lot of EXP points by killing them. For a moment, there were endless screams, and some of them tried to escape from this ship. Because they couldn't fight back at all. They were being slaughtered, and they couldn't fight back at all. When they were about to escape, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was Eteonyon. They looked at him in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't know when he had appeared in front of them. Wasn't he killing other cultivators at the edge of the battlefield? When they turned around, they found that Eteonyon was still killing, and there were more Eteonyon. There were 4 Eteonyon. Under such circumstances, Eteonyon had to use his doppelgangers, otherwise many of them would have escaped. The entire treasure ship wasn't small. If they hid in a corner and escaped when he wasn't paying attention, it would be very easy for them to escape. Therefore, as soon as they entered the ship, they immediately used their doppelgangers to kill the cultivators. With the help of the 7 of them, they quickly wiped out these cultivators. All of them screamed in pain, crying for their parents. But it was useless because no one came to save them. No one had expected that someone would suddenly come to stop them. This was the famous ship of the heavenly netherworld divine nation. So stopping them was equivalent to not giving face to the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Unfortunately, there were people who did not give face to the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Eteonion was one, and the Phoenix race was another. A core transformation stage, Cultivator tried to escape, but before he could get far, a flash of fire engulfed him and burned him to ashes. Eteonion noticed this flame, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Clearly, there were traces of the Phoenix race here. When he took action, he began to help eliminate some of the fish that had escaped the net. They did not dare to provoke a direct conflict with the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom, but sneak attacks were not a problem. Many of those who slipped through the net were caught by them, and not a single one escaped. Although Eteonion said that he didn't need help, the Phoenix race still sent a lot of people to help, not only for Eteonion, but also for themselves. The heavenly netherworld divine kingdom had to be eradicated. If they didn't, they would be the ones dying. Boom. Finally, accompanied by a loud noise, the whole ship was engulfed in flames. It was like a huge fireball in the air. Soon, the huge fireball smashed into the ground, and with a boom, it smashed a big hole in the ground. The treasured ship of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom was destroyed just like that. Thousands of cultivators were all killed. Not a single one was spared. The rest of the cultivators who passed by were scared out of their wits, and they didn't dare to approach this place. The cultivators who were originally flying to the mortal world were scared out of their wits, and they didn't dare to stay for even a second. They suspected that there was a murderous maniac appearing. Otherwise, why would he rush over and kill so many people? Regardless of whether it was related to them or not, they all fled to the side and looked at this side in horror. Hoo, boss, do you have more? The three of them were covered in sweat, and more of them were bloodstains. They didn't know whether it was their own or someone else's. Okay, let's go back. Eteonion threw 3 bottles of elixirs to them, and they didn't hesitate to take them and stuff them into their mouths. Although his hands were stained with blood, Eteonion never said that he wasn't a slaughterer. Killing was killing, and there was nothing to defend. Immediately, he flew them into the black clouds, and they soon disappeared in the black clouds. Many cultivators who were hiding on the side flew over again. Who are they? They even dared to intercept the ship of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. It's too scary. I don't know, but it's a good thing that someone can suppress the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. The heavenly netherworld divine kingdom is too hateful. Previously, the forces of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom looted the cities around us. They burned, killed, and looted. Shh, don't talk so loudly. Let's leave quickly, or we will be the first to suffer. They didn't dare to continue the discussion here. They either left or followed them into the passage. However, most of them didn't dare to enter the passage. After passing through the passage, they would reach the mortal world. When they met Eteonion and the others, only God knew if they would be killed. Therefore, they all dispersed and spread the news. The Nether Heaven Divine Nation would not be able to keep its face. After flying in with them, Eteonion summoned the Ice Phoenix and gestured for them to sit on it. The Ice Phoenix screamed and quickly flew up to the thunderclouds. When the surrounding lightning sensed them, it quickly struck over. The thick divine lightning scared them out of their wits. At this time, he had the heavenly thunder divine bead in his hand. This was a treasure that he had obtained before. When he took it out, the surrounding lightning was quickly absorbed, and not a single one leaked out. No matter how much lightning came, the heavenly thunder divine bead could easily absorb it. However, this thing still had a storage limit, but at least it didn't. What a magical bead! They were surprised. No matter how powerful the divine lightning around them was, it was absorbed by the heavenly thunder divine bead. Hold on tight. We need to hurry back. Etienne's face was gloomy. Since the Spirit King stage experts weren't here, it meant that they were likely to pass through the passage or die in the passage. In any case, he had to return to the Heavenly Clouds mansion as soon as possible. A Spirit King stage expert could basically destroy everything, at least in the mortal world. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning kept coming from all directions, rushing towards Etienne. After all, his cultivation was the highest, so the lightning that attacked him was the thickest and most terrifying. Etienne looked up and saw that the divine lightning's combat power was as high as 50 to 60 million. Occasionally, 2 or 3 divine lightning with the combat power of 80 to 90 million would appear. No wonder the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to go up. Compared to the lightning that struck Run Liangchen and the others, it was only a few million. Chapter 558. Go! The heavenly thunder divine pearl in Etienne's hand was almost full. When a thick bolt of lightning was about to strike, he quickly waved the heavenly thunder divine pearl in his hand, and a thick bolt of divine lightning immediately met it. Its power was even more terrifying than the bolt of lightning. Boom! When the two collided, the bolt of lightning was instantly devoured. The remaining divine lightning struck the surrounding black clouds and finally disappeared without a trace, without any effect. This bolt of lightning was not the limit. If it really was the limit, holy kings would have gone up long ago instead of being trapped below. Therefore, no matter what he did, the surrounding scenery would not be damaged at all. At this time, there were a few cultivators on the side, constantly resisting the divine lightning. Seeing that they were so relaxed and riding a phoenix, they were really envious. The number of bolts of lightning that fell here would not decrease because of the speed. It would be as much as it should be. Similarly, the faster one's speed was, the earlier one could get out and not be constantly struck by the lightning. Riding on the phoenix was much faster, and in the blink of an eye, they flew up. It seemed that it would not take too long for them to easily pass through this passage. I'm ready to go through. Etienne looked up ahead. As they flew forward, he saw a ray of light in front of him. Presumably, if they passed through this ray of light, they would successfully reach the mortal world. The process was not as terrifying as imagined, at least for them. With the heavenly thunder divine pearl, their cultivation was not very high, and the speed of the phoenix, they could easily go back. The danger was reduced to the minimum, and they could easily go back. The next moment, they disappeared in this light, as if passing through a layer of waterfall, drenching them. However, they were not wet at all. After passing through easily, they immediately rushed into the sky. At this time, what came into view was a boundless forest. This time, they were not teleported away casually, and they were still riding on the ice phoenix. There was nothing special about the surrounding environment. Below them was also an empty space, and there was no trace of a teleportation array. If they could go back from here, there would definitely be a teleportation array here. However, there was no teleportation array here, so if they wanted to go down, they still had to go through the Netherworld Passage. The Netherworld Passage was much easier than going up. If their cultivation was strong, they could easily pass without any pressure. Because no matter how strong he was, his surroundings wouldn't change. We're back, Ren Liangchen said as he took a deep breath. There wasn't much difference between this place and the Netherworld, except that the spiritual energy here was far weaker than in the Netherworld. Although it was a little lacking, they were most familiar with it. Most importantly, with their cultivation, they would definitely be able to occupy a place here. They didn't have to worry about how many people would make an enemy out of them. There were quite a few void, spirit stage powerhouses here, so there was no need to worry about this. Well, let's go back now. Eteonyun controlled the Ice Phoenix and quickly flew back to his Heavenly Clouds mansion. The Heavenly Clouds continent, formerly known as the Nether Continent, now began to build an imperial capital or a large number of cities. Many rebels, bandits, and the like were completely wiped out. They just want to make the whole continent a safe place without any disputes and create a harmonious Heavenly Cloud continent. They wanted to finish everything before Eteonyun returned. Because of this, Eteonyun gained a lot of EXP from eradicating the forces here. They thought that Eteonyun didn't know about it, but they didn't expect that Eteonyun knew about it and gained a lot of benefits from it. The accumulated EXP alone was enough for him to level up. Today, the imperial capital was still being built in an orderly manner by the spirit race. They wanted to build the safest imperial capital in the world. Even if a spirit king stage cultivator attacked them, they would be able to withstand their attacks. This was what they needed. Old ancestor, don't you want to take a break? The spirit race's old ancestor looked at him worriedly. The spirit race's old ancestor began to carve the divine runes on the wall. It was definitely several times sturdier than the Netherworld prison. Xiao Chun had poured in all his energy to forge it. What's there to rest? I can still hold on. The spirit race's old ancestor said with a smile. Don't think that I'm old. I'm stronger than you young people. The spirit race's old ancestor looked at him helplessly, but since the spirit race's old ancestor insisted, they could only let him do it. However, the other spirit race's old ancestor also continued to carve the divine runes, including Yi Qingxian and the others. As long as they were not lower than a 5th grade divine rune master, they would help to carve the divine rune great array. Carving the divine runes on the newly built city wall or on the ground was quite a big deal, because Eteonyun had left a lot of resources for them. They could be so willful. Just when they thought they could carry on smoothly, someone suddenly sounded the alarm. The entire imperial capital was ringing, and even places more than 10 miles away could hear the alarm. Everyone looked up, and the spirit race's old ancestor flew directly to the city wall. Yi Qingxian and the others also stopped what they were doing and quickly went to the city wall to see what was going on. They didn't dare to say that they were the strongest force, but at least many empires didn't dare to attack them at will. Not only were they not weak, but they were also allied with the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Therefore, they were very safe in the Heavenly Clouds continent, and no one dared to attack them. Now that someone suddenly came to kill them, they wanted to see who it was. Treasure ship. When the spirit race's old ancestor came up, he saw a huge treasure ship. There were many experts on it, and the aura they exuded was very terrifying. Especially the experts standing in the front row. They released a power that made the spirit race's old ancestor tremble. This treasure ship was expensive, and it was a low-grade saint artifact. Most empires couldn't afford a treasure ship with a low-grade saint artifact. In terms of price, this treasure ship was at least equivalent to a medium-grade saint artifact, not a low-grade saint artifact. I don't know who you are, but please stop. The spirit race's old ancestor shouted loudly, signaling them to stop. Suddenly, a treasured ship came over, and there were so many powerhouses on it. How could they casually let them come over? Ha ha ha, don't be so long-winded. I advise you to surrender, or you will die. The middle-aged man sneered and said straightforwardly, Your imperial city is not bad. It will be the imperial city of our heavenly netherworld divine nation in the future, and we will start conquering this mortal world from here. As soon as he said that, the aura of a spirit king stage cultivator quickly pressed down on Etienne's body. Many people with lower cultivation were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Chapter 5:59. A spirit king stage cultivator's cultivation was not bad in the ghost world, but in the mortal world, a spirit king stage cultivator was like a god above everyone else. The concentration of spiritual power here was too low, coupled with the lack of natural treasures. It was very difficult to break through. Some of the conditions allowed them to break through, but the concentration of spiritual power was too low, so they couldn't break through to a higher level. This was the only way to break through. So many strong cultivators left for the ghost world or the heavenly world. Only when they reached that level they would know about this. Now that a spirit king stage cultivator was attacking them, everyone's face changed dramatically. Some of them even fell to the ground. They couldn't even resist. In addition to the spirit king stage expert, there were also a lot of void spirit stage experts. They looked invincible as they charged towards the Spirit King stage experts. The battle hadn't even started yet, but their morale had already dropped by half. The legendary Spirit King stage cultivator. The spirit race old ancestor took a deep breath. He had obtained a lot of resources, and his cultivation had improved a little, but he was still a void spirit stage cultivator. Facing a Spirit King stage cultivator, he was really powerless. He could feel that his opponent could kill him with a single slap, not to mention the Spirit King stage cultivator in front of him. Even the Void Spirit stage cultivator beside him was enough to fight him. Spirit race old ancestor, what should we do? Yi Qingxuan's face was cold. She also felt that she couldn't resist the power of the Spirit race old ancestor, but it didn't mean that she would give in. Activate the nation defense array. The spirit race old ancestor said solemnly, even if we surrender, I'm afraid that they won't let us go. They might be heading straight for us. The Spirit King's departure should be to deal with them. Yi Qingxian nodded. Yi Tianyun had told her that they were going to face the most terrifying attack, so they had to ask for help. Who would have thought that all of this would happen so quickly? They were already right in front of them. Under the command of the spirit race old ancestor, the nation defense array was immediately activated. Layers of thick shields immediately appeared, wrapping the entire imperial capital tightly. Although the overall arrangement of the divine runes was not completed, most of them were engraved. Regardless of whether it was done or not, they could only forcefully activate it. Otherwise, if a fight broke out, they would be the ones who would suffer the most casualties. When they activated the great nation-protecting array, the experts on the treasured ships looked at them with disdain. Lord Su, they actually want to resist? They're overestimating themselves. The Void Spirit Stage powerhouse on the side sneered. This nation-protecting grand array was nothing to them. How strong could the mortal realm's grand array be? Su Guilin looked at the formation and sneered. Since they want to resist, then let them resist. I will let them know that meaningless resistance will only increase the casualties. Immediately, Su Guilin flew out and flew towards the heavenly cloud's imperial capital at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the heavenly cloud's imperial capital, waving his palm and slamming it down. Break! Su Guilin let out a long roar, and his palm flashed with a golden light. An ancient aura was released from his palm, and in an instant, thick clouds gathered in the sky. Then, a huge palm broke through the clouds and slammed down on the heavenly cloud's imperial capital. The giant palm instantly covered more than half of the heavenly cloud's imperial capital, and the terrifying power made everyone's face change. Is this the power of the Spirit King stage? Boom! The giant palm slammed down heavily, setting off a violent explosion. The entire heavenly cloud's imperial capital was filled with the sound of explosions. Even the earth trembled because of the explosion. It seemed that this power did not belong to the mortal realm, but it was displayed in the heavenly cloud's imperial capital. The cultivators who stayed far away from the heavenly clouds' imperial capital trembled and looked at the heavenly clouds' imperial capital in horror. I don't know what kind of power the heavenly clouds' imperial capital provoked, but it's so powerful. They gasped and felt cold from head to toe. They originally wanted to join the heavenly clouds mansion, but now they didn't even dare to get close to it. After the explosion disappeared, the heavenly clouds' imperial capital was still standing. Apart from the explosion, the heavenly clouds' imperial capital was still intact. It was a powerful palm of the Spirit King stage, but the heavenly clouds' imperial capital was able to withstand it. Oh, interesting. I didn't expect that there would be a divine rune master of such a level in the mortal world. Su Guolin's gaze turned cold. Although he didn't use his full strength, he had at least used more than half of his strength. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to destroy the great array of the mortal world? The other cultivators of the heavenly netherworld divine nation were shocked. They didn't expect that the heavenly netherworld divine nation's divine rune master couldn't break the imperial defense great array. Great! We didn't get breached. The spirit race old ancestor is so powerful. He can hold on. Yes, we can defend the heavenly clouds' imperial capital. Their hearts, which had been filled with despair, were suddenly filled with hope. Although the imperial defense great array could withstand it, the spirit race old ancestor, who was standing on the city wall, was pale. His hands flashed with dazzling light, and he kept making hand seals. In order to withstand the palm, he had consumed most of his spiritual power, and he almost couldn't hold on anymore. As expected of the power of the Spirit King stage, the spirit race old ancestor's face was pale, and he almost fell. Fortunately, Yi Qingxian supported him and said worriedly, "Old ancestor, are you all right? This power is too strong. If our imperial defense great array was engraved properly, we might be able to hold on for a few more times, but now I'm afraid it won't be able to hold on for more than 3 times. Quickly take the people and escape. I will hold them off." The spirit race old ancestor said solemnly, "But no buts. Hurry up and leave. It's more important to save our lives. We must hold on until the Spirit King comes back." Unfortunately, the Spirit King didn't even see the heavenly clouds' imperial capital, and it was already occupied and destroyed. The spirit race old ancestor shook his head, but he didn't despair. He knew that as long as he preserved his strength and waited for Yi Tianyin's return, there would be a chance. As long as the people were still alive, the heavenly clouds' imperial capital would never be destroyed. Old ancestor, Yi Qingxian gritted her teeth as she knew what to do. Finally, she knelt down in front of the spirit race old ancestor and kowtowed. "Old ancestor, take care." After kowtowing, she immediately rushed down and was ready to leave with the people. At this point, it was the only thing she could do. Otherwise, no one would be able to leave. Just as they were about to leave, the cultivators on the treasure ship surrounded them. Just a few Void Spirit Stage experts were guarding in all directions, and they had already blocked their escape route. "You want to escape? That's impossible." They smiled coldly. They had come prepared. So how could they let them escape? The danger is getting closer and closer. Yi Tianyin feels something is wrong while flying. He always has a sense of crisis hanging in his heart. Chapter 560. The heavenly clouds' imperial capital was completely surrounded, and there was basically no way to escape. Even if they could fly, it would be useless. There were a lot of enemies who could fly, especially core transformation stage powerhouses. They would definitely be able to crush them easily. Fortunately, the heavenly clouds' imperial capital didn't have all of its forces here. Many forces had gone to other cities to manage. After all, there were many cities in the Netherworld Empire that could be directly managed, under their management, And with the eradication of a lot of bandits, a lot of residents came to the imperial capital, especially those from the heavenly border continent and the earthly border continent. Previously, this place was a dangerous place, and no one dared to come here at will. Originally, this was the territory of the Netherworld Empire. So who would dare to come here at will? Most of the people here were vicious people, and they would kill if they didn't agree. Therefore, this place was simply a paradise for crime. There were many people here whose hands were stained with innocent blood. In order to escape the pursuit of their enemies, they all fled to the Netherworld continent. Now that it was occupied by Onion, there was a big cleansing, as if he wanted to wash away the smell of blood in this place. This made the Heavenly Clouds continent lively, and many cultivators came to join the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. They wanted to join as soon as the Heavenly Clouds Mansion was upgraded to the Heavenly Clouds Empire. Otherwise, it would be more difficult for them to join. Because of this, many forces split up. Who would have thought that there would be so many experts coming to kill them? However, they knew that it was the wisest choice to split up, or else they would be wiped out. Want to escape? You think it's possible? Su Guilin's eyes were like torches. He could see every detail in the imperial capital, so it was impossible to escape from under his eyes unless he was alone. However, there were thousands of cultivators who came here, and they could definitely crush everything here. I will give you one last chance. Choose to surrender obediently, or you will be killed. Su Guilin looked at them coldly and gave the final ultimatum. If you surrender obediently and swear to become our slaves, I will spare your life, and you can become stronger under the protection of the heavenly netherworld divine nation. They didn't want to kill all of them because they wanted to build a better city. They had just arrived in the mortal world, and they had too few people. In order to do things better, he had to recruit these cultivators for his own use. When the time came, he would let them charge and break through the enemy lines. It would be a very suitable choice as cannon fodder. Don't even think about it. The old ancestor of the spirit tribe said coldly, I would rather die than become your slave. They didn't want to die, but that didn't mean they were afraid of death. They had faced the danger of death before, but they still survived. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to persevere any longer. Is that so? Then go to hell. Su Guilin sneered. He stretched out his hand and slammed it down. The terrifying giant palm fell from the sky again. This time, it was more powerful than before. Good timing. The spirit race's patriarch quickly performed hand seals, causing all the formations to release their strongest effects. The protective barriers were pushed to their limits, and the offensive formations were released. For a time, countless pillars of light shot up from the ground. Due to the suddenness of the attack, several of the pillars of light pierced through several disciples with low cultivation bases, causing them to let out blood-curdling screams before falling from the treasured ship. However, most of the light beams were blocked by the giant palm. No matter how they attacked, it was futile. Immediately after, the giant palm slammed on the Heavenly Clouds' imperial capital, causing the earth to tremble again, as if the world was about to collapse. After the explosion, the Heavenly Clouds' imperial capital was still standing, and the Imperial Defense Great Array was still intact. However, the divine runes had started to crack, and it looked like they were about to collapse. It was undeniable that the divine runes carved by the spirit race's patriarch were very powerful, but his cultivation base was too low. He couldn't hold on for too long in the face of a spirit king stage expert. It was already quite amazing that the divine runes were able to withstand 2 palm strikes. He even counterattacked and killed a few cultivators. Although their cultivations were a little low, it was better than not killing a single person. Bastard! Su Guilin was furious. Not only did he fail to destroy the Great Array, but He also killed a few of his own people. Although it wasn't a big deal, it was still a humiliation. It seems like I have to use my full strength. I didn't want to destroy this city too much, but it seems like it's impossible now. Su Guilin kept his strength because he didn't want to destroy the city. Before he came here, he said that he wanted the city to be the imperial capital, so he didn't want to destroy it. Immediately, Su Guilin's strength surged, and a shadow of a giant bear appeared behind him. It waved its huge palm and slammed down again. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion sounded again, and it was several times more terrifying than before. The ground outside the imperial capital cracked, and it looked like it was going to collapse at any time. However, after the explosion dissipated, the Great Array was still not destroyed, and it was still tenaciously holding on. It was really terrifying. How is this possible? Su Guilin was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that they still couldn't break through the imperial capital. Was the mortal world really that strong? If he observed carefully, he would find that all the spirit race's clansmen were releasing their power into the Divine Rune Great Array to maximize the power of the Divine Rune Great Array. It was a level stronger than the Divine Rune Great Array released by the spirit race's old ancestor. However, such a terrifying palm strike made their faces pale. Among them, the spirit race's old ancestor even spat out a mouthful of blood. But he still stood there firmly, motionless, and stubbornly held on. Even if I die, I won't let you get away with it so easily. They had long been prepared to die. Even if they died, they had to resist their power. Good, good, good. Let's see how long you can hold on. Immediately, Su Guilin seemed to have gone mad, and he slapped down madly. Then he slapped down several times in a row on the Great Array. Finally, with a loud bang, the Great Array collapsed in an instant. After the terrifying giant palm broke through the Great Array, it continued to move towards them. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. How could they dodge it? At this time, a figure rushed up, and his whole body bloomed with the most dazzling light. It was the spirit race's old ancestor. He burned the last of his blood essence to meet the palm strike. Old ancestor! Yi Qingxian shouted with red eyes, and her heart was filled with sorrow. Boom! The spirit race's old ancestor took the palm strike head-on, and the giant palm in the air was neutralized. But the spirit race's old ancestor fell like a meteorite. Yi Qingxian saw the opportunity and quickly caught it. The heavy pressure almost made her fall. Old ancestor! Yi Qingxuan's eyes were red, and she saw that the spirit race's old ancestor was on the verge of death. I'm sorry, children. I can't protect you. Spirit King will avenge us. The spirit race's old ancestor seemed to have thought of something, and he smiled slightly. Then he died completely. Old ancestor! Yi Qingxian and the others' tears fell uncontrollably. All the disciples of the spirit race were crying. Their old ancestor had died just like that. You overestimate yourself. You dare to go against me? Only death awaits you. Su Guilin sneered. All of you kill your way in, kill all the men, and keep the women. Treat us brothers well. Yes, they shouted excitedly, and they all rushed forward. Yi Qingxian looked at them with hatred, and she shouted sorrowfully, Spirit King, we can't accompany you anymore. I'm sorry. They all stood up, ready to fight the enemy with everything they had. If the situation was not right, they would choose to commit suicide, or they would be humiliated. At this critical moment, a ray of blue light shot over from afar. A bunch of trash. I want you dead. Yi Tianyun's cold voice came from afar, and it pierced deeply into everyone's heart. Instantly, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. Spirit King. Chapter 561. Yi Tianyun's speed soared to the extreme. He could see everything from a distance, but his speed was still too slow. Even if he used teleportation, it was still too slow. In the end, he could only watch the spirit race old ancestor die, and in order to protect his people, he chose to resist the palm strike. If he didn't burn his blood essence to resist the palm strike, there would be a lot of casualties. After all, the majority of the people here had low cultivation. In the face of this terrifying palm strike, even if it was weakened a lot, he still couldn't resist it. Who? Su Guolin hurriedly turned his head. He felt a terrible aura coming from behind, and when he turned his head, he saw 4 people riding on the ice phoenix flying towards him. Su Guolin suddenly felt that something was wrong, especially this terrible aura. It made him feel powerless. The person who will kill you. Yi Tianyun stepped on the ice phoenix and instantly disappeared into thin air. Su Guolin was immediately stunned. How did he suddenly disappear? The next moment, a figure appeared in front of him and suddenly waved the heavenly nether divine sword in his hand. Su Guolin didn't even have time to react. He only saw a flash of silver light. When he wanted to move, he found his head flying high, and at the last moment, he saw Yi Tianyun's terrifying eyes. Even at the moment of his death, he didn't know how the other party had arrived. There was clearly a large distance between them. So how did the other party suddenly appear in front of him? Ding! Successfully killed Su Guolin. Reward: 410 million EXP. 5000 crazy point. 15,000 SBS. Obtained martial art golden essence palm. Golden mortal secret art. Reward: diamond armor, mid-grade sacred tool. Diamond boots, mid-grade sacred tool. Diamond godstone, rare material. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to Void Spirit Peak stage. Yi Tianyun used the 50 times EXP bonus card to increase his EXP to 66 times. There are so many cultivators here. Naturally, he wanted to harvest them all. In order to become stronger, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't forget this point. If he wanted to take revenge, he needed to be stronger, otherwise, everything else would be useless. In the blink of an eye, Su Guolin was killed. The terrifying power shocked everyone. Everyone witnessed Su Guolin's strength. A Spirit King stage cultivator was killed by a single sword strike. Who are you? We are from the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. If you attack us, our heavenly netherworld divine kingdom, will not let you off. Their voices were trembling. Their leader had been killed. So how could they deal with it? I will kill your heavenly netherworld divine kingdom. Yi Tianyun laughed coldly and quickly rushed in. Even with a swing of his sword, he was killed in a single strike. He did not hold back at all. Even if he didn't need to use that much power to deal with them, his crazy damage mode was still activated. He was thoroughly enraged. He did not expect that he would still be a step too late in the end. If he had been a step slower, the spirit race patriarch would have died. Fortunately, they weren't too slow. Otherwise, more people would have died. In his madness, most of the lives were easily harvested by him. For a moment, they were in a state of chaos and immediately fled in all directions. However, Ren Liangqin and the others flew over and quickly joined in the slaughter. The ice phoenix kept spewing out netherworld flames to freeze them. The power of the ice phoenix was even more ferocious, and it was at the void spirit stage. You want to escape? Go to hell. Yi Tianyun roared and released all of his core transformation stage pets. These were all demon beasts that he had captured before. He didn't release them when he was down there, mainly because he didn't want to attract people's attention. In order to kill all the trash as soon as possible, Yi Tianyun released all of his demon beasts. For a moment, thousands of demon beasts roared and rushed towards the cultivators on the side. The sudden appearance of a large number of demon beasts scared Ren Liangqin and the others. The cultivators of the heavenly netherworld divine kingdom were also scared out of their wits. Why did so many demon beasts suddenly appear? The people of the spirit race in the heavenly clouds' imperial capital were shocked by what they saw. That was indeed their spirit king. Spirit king. Spirit king. Spirit king. Spirit king. Spirit king. Avenge the old ancestor. Avenge the old ancestor. Our king. Our king. They roared in excitement. It was more of a catharsis than anything else. They had been suppressing their fear all this while. Their old ancestor was dead, and the anger in their hearts was even more intense. Some cultivators were knocked down from the treasure ship, and when they still had a breath left, they madly rushed out and killed the spirit race clansmen. In the face of the invaders, they didn't show any mercy. However, everything was over soon. Tianyun summoned thousands of demon beasts and crushed everything in his way. In just a short time, the ground was already covered with corpses, and the ground was dyed red with blood. It was a shocking scene to see. This was war, and it was either you die or I die. After the battle was over, Tianyun quickly recalled all of his pets. It was too shocking to leave them outside, so he decided to train them into a team of demon beasts. Qingxian, I came back late. Tianyun landed beside Yi Qingxian and saw the old ancestor of the spirit race lying in her arms. He didn't die in peace because he knew that Tianyun would come back to avenge them. I didn't come back late. It's just that the old ancestor. Yi Qingxian wanted to hold back her tears, but she couldn't help it. The backbone of the spirit race was gone just like that. Although the old ancestor of the spirit race was old, he still had a lot of life left. Usually he was very kind to them, and he even stood up for them at the critical moment. Don't worry. Although it's a painful memory, it will heal soon. Tianyun looked at the old ancestor with respect, but he wasn't sad. Yi Qingxian nodded. She thought that Tianyun was comforting her. Although it was painful, people who were alive still had to work hard to live and continue to fight. At this time, Tianyun squatted down, and a light appeared on his palm. He slowly placed it on the old ancestor's chest. In a short time, the injuries on the old ancestor's body disappeared, and he even became 10 years younger. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Hey, is this the legendary spirit realm? Why is the spirit king here? And why is the saintess here? This. Yi Qingxian covered her mouth in surprise. Their old ancestor came back to life, and he even became much younger. It was a miracle. Old ancestor, you are not dead. I have brought you back to life. Tianyun smiled slightly. He used his precious life to save the old ancestor of the spirit race, and it was worth 100 million crazy points. He had a total of 3 crazy points, and now he gave one to the old ancestor. This thing was very precious, but he felt that the old ancestor of the spirit race deserved it. He knew that the old ancestor of the spirit race had sacrificed for him over the years. For him, the old ancestor really regarded him as the king of the spirit race and supported him unconditionally. Chapter 562. I'm alive. Spirit race old ancestor was shocked. He thought that he was going to die, and he even lost consciousness. He didn't expect that he would come back to life in the blink of an eye. After confirming that he was alive, he confirmed that he was indeed alive, and he was even a dozen years younger. Tianyun thought that the effect was amazing. He didn't expect that not only was he alive, but he was also a dozen years younger. Yes, you are alive. Tianyun said with a smile. Thank you, Spirit King. Yi Qingxian wiped her tears of joy. She didn't expect that their old ancestor would really come back to life. The other spirit race members couldn't believe what they saw. Immediately, they cheered. All of this was so incredible, but they all knew that Etianyan must have used some kind of best-grade medicinal pill. Otherwise, how could he save the old ancestor? They could see that the old ancestor was dead, and it would cost them a lot to save him. For a time, Etianyun's prestige instantly rose to the peak, and it was even more prestigious than before. Spirit King, I don't know what medicinal pill you gave me, but it's really a waste. Spirit Race Old Ancestor shook his head. It was a good thing that he was alive, but he could imagine that it was definitely not an ordinary medicinal pill. It was really a waste to give it to himself. If he kept it for himself, it would be equivalent to having an extra life. They were right. It was indeed very rare, but Etianyan still had 2 lives. He believed that there would definitely be more in the future. As long as he worked hard to complete the quest, there would always be a quest related to this. There is no such thing as a waste. You have paid so much for the sect, and if you are not willing to give this little bit of help, it would be too disappointing, Etianyan said with a smile. Moreover, medicinal pills are external objects. It's good that you can survive. Besides, the Heavenly Clouds Empire still needs the Old Ancestor to manage it. Spirit Race Old Ancestor got up and was deeply moved by Etianyan's words. Spirit King, as long as you don't mind this old man, I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Successfully subdued Spirit Race Old Ancestor as a divine general, gaining 50 million EXP, 100, 000 crazy point, 100 commander points. A notification popped up, indicating that he had successfully subdued the Spirit Race Ancestor as a divine general. He had also obtained a large pile of experience points, which was truly shocking. It seemed that the rewards for truly subduing a divine general were quite plentiful. The higher one's rank, the more experience points they would receive. The ancestor of the spirit tribe was saved, so he was more willing to follow Etianyan's orders. Therefore, it was only natural that he became a divine general. Although the others were very loyal to him, the meaning was different. It was not as bold as saving them. What's there to despise? We can all see how much you've sacrificed. Etianyan smiled, and then his eyes darkened. These are the forces of the heavenly netherworld divine nation. They came from the netherworld world. I destroyed 2 ships along the way. According to the situation, I'm afraid that they will continue to send people over. So we must be extremely careful. Everyone nodded. If it weren't for Etianyan's timely return, they would have been completely finished. As they occupied this territory, they felt that they had a bit of confidence in front of the empire. But now, it seemed that they didn't have such confidence at all. Now, only a small number of experts came, and they were completely crushed. They couldn't resist at all. Just the number of Void Spirit Stage experts alone was much more than theirs. It was a complete suppression. Then they began to get busy and quickly repair the surrounding situation. After this battle, the loss was not too big. Most of the damage was just divine runes and other things. There was no problem with this. As long as people were still alive, everything could be repaired. At the same time, Etianyan arranged for Ren Liangchen and the others to help. They were already part of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion, so they must help here. When the work was done, Etianyan patrolled the main hall and nodded repeatedly. He was quite satisfied. The preliminary construction had been completed, and the speed was still very fast. Of course, it was extremely efficient to let the cultivators build the buildings, especially when it was the spirit race who built the buildings. They had some attainments in this area, which could be seen in the spirit race forest before. The houses were built very beautifully, and they were especially careful when it came to the construction. This was their imperial capital in the future, so they had to be very careful. Is there any news about the vital crystal? Etianyan asked. This was related to the reproduction of the spirit race, So, of course, they needed to pay attention to it. There is no news about it for the time being. The spirit race old ancestor side. This was a knot in their heart, but it was still okay. As long as their life was stable, they didn't need to worry about it for a while. Moreover, the previous vital crystal was not broken yet, so it could still last for a while. Yi Tianyun nodded and said, I will pay more attention to this in the future. It is indeed too rare. It is not easy to find. We can only look for it. If we can't find it, it can only be said that God is not willing to let us go. The spirit race old ancestor sighed and said, Don't worry, there must be a way to solve it. Yi Tianyun frowned. When he was in the ghost world, he had inquired about it, but there was nothing about it in this area. Needless to say, in the mortal world, if there was with their current power, they would have already obtained it. Is it in the heaven realm? Yi Tianyun squinted his eyes and thought of a new place, the heaven realm. They had not searched the heaven realm, and they didn't even know how to go up there. So how could they find it? Spirit King, there is something I should tell you. Yi Qingxian hesitated, not knowing whether to say it or not. What is it? Yi Tianyun looked at her, and his heart sank. Judging from Yi Qingshuan's expression, it was obviously not a small matter, and it was a big matter. This palace mistress, sure, she was taken away. Yi Qingxian said, awkwardly. What? Yi Tianyun's voice immediately dropped to the freezing point, and his aura suddenly erupted, causing the whole room to become extremely cold, and the temperature to drop more than 10 degrees. He was just about to finish this matter and go to meet with Shi Shuiyun, but who knew that she was taken away? Who took her away? Yi Tianyun quickly calmed down, and when his aura was suppressed, they felt relieved, but they were even more shocked by his strength. Just his aura alone was enough to make them gasp for breath, and he was much stronger than the previous Spirit King stage powerhouse. I heard that it was an acquaintance, but I don't know who he is, and he is from the heaven realm. Yi Qingxian continued. Before Palace Mistress Shi left, she said that she will go to find your parents first, and she will come back soon. Go to find my parents? Yi Tianyun was startled. My parents sent someone to pick me up? Chapter 563. The sudden news really caught Yi Tianyun off guard. It was beyond his expectations. No wonder Yi Qingxian was too embarrassed to say it out. She was worried that he would be too excited. Everyone could see that Yi Tianyun had a good relationship with Shi Shuiyun. If there was anyone who was closest to him, it would undoubtedly be Shi Shuiyun. The rest of the women, including Yi Qingxian, could not get close to him. Only Shi Shuiyun felt that they could get close to him. Now, his reaction was just as they had expected. He was quite angry. Yi Qingxian thought in her heart, she doesn't know when Yi Tianyun will do the same to her. This person did not seem to be sent by your parents. It seems that he was a cultivator from the heaven realm. When he passed by, he saw that Palace Mistress Shi was extremely talented and praised her profound ice divine body, so he took her away. At first, Palace Mistress Shi was unwilling, but she still decided to follow him. In the end, she left this sentence. Yi Qingxian said in detail. So that's how it is. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. Obviously, someone from the heaven realm came down to take a look. In the end, he saw that Shi Shuiyun was a good seedling, so he brought her up to train her. He had already seen through Shi Shuiyun's situation. Her physique was quite outstanding, but he did not know what kind of physique it was. Even the appraisal, I could not detect it. There were many things that could not be detected in detail. This had to be upgraded. Therefore, it was natural for her to be brought up to the heaven realm. The key was that she went up to find his parents. Could it be that his parents were from the heaven realm? Parents. Yi Tianyun had no feelings for these so-called parents. He had no impression of them at all. Thinking about it, he felt that it did not matter. For him, the most important thing was Shi Shuiyun. As for other relatives, even if they were really related by blood, they would have to step aside if they annoyed him. After all, they were related by blood, but what was the point of not knowing them? Without any feelings, he would definitely step aside. It could only be said that Shi Shuiyun's final consideration of going up was not for her own future, but to help find her parents. He did not know how to go up to the heaven realm, so he could only follow that person up. How strong is that cultivator? Tianyun asked with a frown. I remember that she was a very young female cultivator in her 30s. She was even stronger than the experts sent by the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom. At least that's the aura emanating from it. The spirit race ancestor replied. After thinking for a moment, he continued, at that time, we thought they were here to cause trouble. Fortunately, they were just passing by as guests and had no interest in us. It just so happened that he took a fancy to Palace Master Shi, so he took her away. However, after taking it away, they also gave us a considerable amount of resources. For example, sacred artifacts and grade 5 and 6 medicinal pills. They are quite a lot. They even have 1 or 2 Tian tier martial arts. Their wealth is truly enough to put us to shame. The old ancestor of the spirit race shook his head. The things that the other party had tossed out were thrown to them as though they were trash. On the contrary, they treasured it very much. To them, this was something that they could never obtain normally. Tianyun nodded. He is very clear about this point. The cultivation is not high. This is the case. The other party came from the heaven realm, so he was a spirit king stage expert. Sacred artifacts were just ordinary to them, so it was natural to give them some compensation for taking away such an excellent disciple. Heaven realm, Tianyun's heart sank. Now, he wanted to find Shi Shuiyun and drag her back. He didn't want to look for his so-called parents. They could do whatever they wanted, and it didn't matter if they didn't see each other for the rest of their lives. In order to help him find his parents, he went to the heaven realm alone. God knows what kind of power that was. What if he treated her badly? The assessment of the heaven realm must be very strict, and he would have to go through layers of hardships. Thinking of this, Tianyun shook his head. He wanted to find Shi Shuiyun, but the situation did not allow him to do so. The Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom was eyeing him covetously. If he didn't destroy the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom, he wouldn't be able to go to the heaven realm. He didn't need to know the way to the heaven realm. He only needed to improve his cultivation to the Spirit King stage. Then he could go to the heaven realm through the heaven ascending divine altar. The problem was how to deal with the Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom. The Nether Heaven Divine Kingdom was a Saint King stage expert. Even if he broke through to the Spirit King stage, he might not be able to deal with it. Unless he was at the Spirit King stage, and with the help of the crazy mode, he would have a great chance to kill it. Or if he was at the Spirit King stage, it would be even easier. Let's stabilize the situation here first. Tianyun nodded and immediately made a decision. Sure, Shuiyun's life wouldn't be in danger. After all, the situation wasn't as serious as he thought. Even if he recruited an excellent disciple, he would definitely be treated well. If he is held hostage, he will kill his way to heaven realm, no matter who it is. He must hand over Shi Shuiyun. What was left was the general situation. The overall situation was developing in a positive way, and it could be said that it was thriving with each passing day. The establishment of the Heavenly Clouds empire wasn't a big problem. It just needed some time to be successfully established. After everything was settled, everyone went back to their own business. When Tianyun walked out of the main hall, he wanted to continue patrolling and go to the Heavenly Clouds temple. Zhu Lingyun happened to come over from the side. Mansion Lord. Zhu Lingyun had become very capable. Her appearance hadn't changed much, but her eyes had become very spirited. Compared to before, when she didn't have much confidence, she was now very confident. All of this confidence came from her strength. She was a peak 5th grade Divine Rune Master. Once she became a Divine Rune Master, she would become a monster. In the entire Heavenly Clouds Empire, except for Tianyun, Jiulingyun was the only one who could keep up with him. It wasn't because of her Divine Rune Master level, but because of her age. The old ancestor of the spirit race was the strongest Divine Rune Master, but he was already very old. Jiulingyun was still very young. In a few years, she would definitely become a Divine Rune Master. With such talent, it wouldn't be a problem for her to surpass the old ancestor of the spirit race in the future. Calling me Mansion Lord is too formal. It's better to call me Big Brother, E. I haven't seen you for a few days, and it seems that you have made a lot of progress. Tianyun looked at Jiulingyun and felt very satisfied. He brought her back because of his kindness. He didn't expect that kindness would bring him a genius who could become a Divine Rune Grandmaster in the future. Yes, Big Brother, Jiulingyun smiled sweetly, and her beautiful eyes showed a hint of joy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, Tianyun felt a noise coming from his chest. He quickly took out the jade pendant from his chest and found that the jade pendant had a huge reaction. This reaction wasn't to anyone, but to Jiulingyun.